curious as to what was going on. Some of us assuming that we had extra company in. I believe a flower or a leaf had floated down between us. There was a point that we were invited out by the strange voice to meet our latest compatriot, that's Haney Berry. It was at that point that she had cleaned us off. Some of us immediately bloodied ourselves again. But after we took a moment to rest and recuperate ourselves and make sure that we weren't being followed, even though we heard the dogs and the guards not too far away, we managed to stay up the time, get a full rest, but following a particularly delicious scent, followed my way to a blackened gnarled tree. At that point, after getting close and grabbing onto one of the branches, that, strangely enough, lightning struck it, exploded outward. I blacked out for a moment, and when I woke up, everyone was gone. My pack was gone. I was holding this branch, used it to stabilize myself and follow after the footprints. After which, I heard everyone calling me zombies for a brief time, but I was a little too mad that I was missing my prize and demanded my crystal back. At that point, it was tossed back out to me, and I requested my equipment, and we proceeded to make foot over the hills towards the cityscape that we had heard about. At that point, we heard the horses riding by again. Decided to hunker down at some rocks to make sure that we could try and get some cover. Some of the other curiosities of my late and newest forms decided to try and deal with the guards personally. At that point, after a spout of combat, magic flying everywhere, as well as our new compatriot assisting us, we had managed to kill all of the guards and make sure that none escaped. The only thing that initially had ran away was the horses. We've about one of them fully ran away, and we had one live one.
Well, 2 remained.
2. And then we used those to ride off to the far side ocean town, which after arriving there and taking a look at a locket as well as a few other items, now have to figure out how to possibly charter a ship or get one of our compatriots who is more sea savvy to be able to sail out of here with enough supplies to survive.
Yeah, you guys are all standing outside the town. It is the earliest hours of the morning. The sun has just begun to poke up over the far horizon across the water. You know that the town will not be waking up for a few more hours. It's about 5 a.m. So the only things active right now are the docks, which never really cease, and perhaps some lights from the rowdiest inns or taverns, or perhaps the barracks. Despite the early hour of the morning, as you are approaching, 2 of you, or 4 of you astride a horse, 1 of you walking, you can see what looks like a sleepy, tired, bored guard leaning on a poleaxe in the middle of the road, just where it narrows between the 2 craggy hills before the entrance of the town proper. You guys are several hundred feet away, and it does appear that he is asleep. What are you guys all doing?
Oh,
I am. Does he look like he's a prison guard or a town guard?
He looks like a town guard.
Okay.
You can see, despite the distance, there is some stitching on the tunic that he wears, and you can't make it out from this distance, but it doesn't resemble the symbol of Wolfstone Prison.
All right. I don't know about you guys, but I'm happy to just kind of walk on by.
Lucille lands and immediately uses her class feature of what's it called Eldritch Invocation, called Mask of Many Faces, to change her appearance so that she looks like a human man, and it looks like he looks like a commonly dressed man who's got like a pack and looks like he's been ranging.
I don't think that it allows you to create like accoutrement for yourself, but feel free to describe her. Yeah.
It's like she has like a small pack, and basically she's got a pack on, and she just basically has like a commoner's clothes. And I guess her clothes.
Okay.
I guess double check this guy's stuff real quick.
I believe it just allows you to alter yourself and your clothing.
She changes her clothing and her clothing is definitely not commoner's clothing. Her clothes are very mundane looking, a little worsted wear, and she's just a guy.
Is this a person that you've seen in town, or is it?
Yeah. She's seen this girl because she's walked in as this man.
No, not. Where is this the image of the person that you're transforming into? Is that a real person, or is this a person you've made up?
No, it's a persona that she's used when she's come in and out of this town.
Right, I'm trying to where did it come from? Did you make up this guy? Is this a real person that is somewhere in the world? Where is that person?
She made him up.
Okay, great.
Yeah, it's just some generic pledge of people that she's seen and kind of made it up in her head.
All right.
And the character's name is Marl.
Okay.
He doesn't actually know this guy's name, but they know each other's faces. They nods at him quietly as they walk past.
I believe he is asleep, if I recall.
Yeah, I mean, if he does open his eyes,
Wait, so you guys watch the fairy float a little bit down closer to the ground, and her legs start extending, and her hair shortens back up into her head, and the kind of like glowy fey sort of magic that seems to sort of float around her is sucked back up into the skin of this new form, which is covered with zits.
He shivers looking at this weird transformation. Gives me the creeps.
You hear a and he cuddles a little bit closer to his poleaxe.
He would.
Zashi, Shuri.
Yeah.
You guys comfortable just walking past him?
Yeah, I mean, she'll keep an eye out if she needs to pull a quick friends cast and convince him of anything, but if he seems like he's not doing anything, then she'll just keep walking.
Judging by the initial shriek that everyone gave me upon leaving the woods the first time, we'll go with a little bit of kind of like taking a moment to think of a different shape and kind of going with more of just a rustic old looking fisherman. Nowhere that I've seen, obviously, because it's been in prison for 10 years, but just a regular fucking old man fisherman.
What Cherie pictures when they think of an old angler.
Yeah. And just walking cane in hand.
Okay. All right. Who's staying on the horses for this part, or are you all dismounting?
I'm just going to be walking alongside it on like the other side of the horses to the guard.
Okay. Everyone's just comfortable.
I'll stay on the horse.
Okay.
And move relatively quietly. Not necessarily like hiding from anyone who might see us, just trying to be quiet as we move past.
As much as you can to not wake him up. Okay, you guys all start moving down the path towards this guard. You reach him, and as you're starting to pass him, you do see, not that he's waking up, but that he's starting to slowly tip outwards. He's beginning to fall towards the horses with his poleaxe cradled in his arm.
I'm just gonna
sort of slow.
Can I like slip around and just sort of let him gently fall into my back and then lean and back up?
Zashi, you throw out a hand, catch the dangerous blade of the poleaxe. Zeke, come around, give me,
I'm very soft.
Yeah, I'm trying to, my initial thing was sleight of hand, was where my brain went to kind of get there and then push it back up. I'll say it's sleight of hand, but with advantage because of the mage hand from Zashi, to catch the poleaxe.
It's still subtle. You're still trying not to disturb him.
Yeah, you dart actually under one of the horses to get over to him really quickly, and hunch down, and he kind of flops both arms onto your back. You feel like a little bit of a nuzzle into your back.
I'll just slide and stand back up and like use my body to lean him back against the cliff.
He kind of flops backwards, standing. He doesn't look like he's drunk, but he's standing like somebody who's drunk and fallen asleep.
Yeah.
Just kind of arms back, head against the wall, and as his head like tilts up, the snoring goes from like moderate to just like sawing logs. Yeah. Immediately. And you guys are able to continue past without any issues. As you enter the town, you can immediately see the closest buildings are some of the larger trade houses and other centers of commerce. As though many people live here, it is not a primary residence for people that don't have business here in most cases.
Sorry.
You can get a quick rundown from Lucelle. The major points of interest are the training yard, which you guys are about to approach. There are 2 inns, the No Man's Inn and the Corner Cabin Inn, as well as the Full Hand Tavern. There's a barracks for the local guard, as well as any incoming or outgoing troops for any armies. The market hub requires no explanation. You have the main dock, as well as a private dock that has a dry dock attached to it, where some boats are made. It's not a major shipping center, but some boats are made here year-round. You also know about the dock office, the temple, and the lighthouse are all points of interest where people gather, or that might be useful to escaping via ship. As you do enter, you can see a few people moving around, maybe 2 or 3 in the street. Most of the buildings are closed. It's still like 5 a.m. in the morning. Yeah. You can see a light on in the high tower of the barracks as you're making your way in.
Let's not go right next to the barracks.
Yeah, no, we should. I mean, we're gonna have to pass it if you want to go to like the Full Hand Tavern or the main dock. But they tend to be preparing to head to the training yard, so if we cut through quickly, or we could probably hunker down in the No Man's Inn while they're moving towards their mustering at the training yard. That's what I'd recommend, just because they're about to wake up and start doing their shit.
Why don't we move on a little bit further around to the Full Hand? Because, I don't know about you, but I feel like there's a fair chance some of the guards might have breakfast at one of them inns right next to the barracks.
That's fine.
Maybe we try the dry dock?
No, there's not really any amenities there, so it'd be kind of weird, especially with just travelers kind of showing up.
Zeke sort of goes into explaining what a dry dock is, and that it's not an inn. Like, it's a place where you bring a ship in and
I think you cut them off before they said why they wanted to go there.
Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, we're not like travelers. We are escaped convicts. I don't really know how, like, good of an idea it would be to go anywhere where people, like, in the town are gonna gather. That's
You know what?
higher likeliness of running into guards.
You know what?
Well-
That's why we have you here. You're the smart one.
Well, no. This is in this case we actually lost the trackers, and word of what's going on ain't spread out here yet. What I'm hoping to do for you is give you a little bit of place to get some sugar, so I can get you a bit of supplies so we can get the fuck out of here. Because yeah, you definitely don't want to get caught. But just rushing to get something right away isn't going to help you, and I can help you because nobody knows about me besides you. So I'd recommend, and like I said, you don't have to take my, if you don't want to take my advice, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to help out.
If you folks don't mind, I just want to go down to the shore and have a little bit of a look-see.
I
need it taken. Keep an eye out for a ship that I think I can get you landlubbers to handle.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
here to
why I
help you.
suggested the
Your
dry
calls.
dock, because we get a perfect view of the main dock.
Yes.
Could see.
Perfect.
I'm at your disposal, folks. If things get real ugly, I mean, I can peace out. I'm here to help y'all. Cause when we can get to a spot where we can actually chit chat, I'll tell you why. So, but right now we got other things to worry about.
Well,
And it smirks nervously.
if we can, I'd like to get going this morning. But I understand that may not be possible.
You guys start making your way. Oh, sorry, Shuri, please.
Just need to make sure we have enough to get to the new.
I mean,
Well, the way I see it, we've got a couple options. I don't see us scrounging enough to buy a ship. And even if we could, I wouldn't want to waste that money. So I'm thinking we either commandeer here, or we make our way out to one, and then commandeer it while it's out on the sea.
We need something small, with hopefully few crew members.
Yeah,
Preferably, maybe something privately owned instead of something that's going to be tracked down by cargo companies and things like that.
that would be preferable.
well, if you're looking for something privately owned that you can take here, you're gonna have a better shot of doing it at the private berth. And she gestures to the docks you're approaching.
As you guys are nearing them, you do see there are not a ton of people moving around, but the docks are definitely much more active than the rest of the town, as is the smithy. Loud peals of a hammer striking metal can be heard echoing out from it despite the very early morning.
Oh, GM, I forgot to say, Lucelle is responding to people in telepathy. She's not saying anything aloud when she's in human form.
Okay. Alright, you guys make your way... Excuse me. You guys make your way over to the dry dock that is attached to the private berthing area. As you approach, you can see that there is the massive ribs of a ship currently under construction. It is still in the earliest stages, but the keel has been set down, and planks are being set to begin to build the hull up from the bottom. It doesn't look like it'll be done for weeks or possibly months, depending on how fast they're working, but you can see that that it is in progress, and most of the people at this dock are making their way back and forth around this ship under construction. Quite a few people, most of which wearing fairly grimy clothes, clearly people that work with their hands, but there are so many of them that it looks like it might be easy to blend in amongst them. As you're also watching, you can see that there are several small vessels, mostly private fishing vessels, things for someone who's well off to go out on a pleasure cruise around the island, or perhaps to simply go out on the bay on a nice day and see what there is to catch. You do spy one slightly larger ship that is currently being unloaded, from what you can tell. There are about 6 people wearing green and blue uniforms that are currently unloading crates, not boxes, but crates, that they don't, from the way that they're moving them 2 or 3 at a time, they don't appear particularly heavy. And they're being unloaded into one of the warehouses in this area. Is anybody else looking for anything specific that they would like to make a check for?
I just have a couple questions, really.
Sure.
So this uniform,
Mm-hmm.
have I seen it before, being a pirate?
You can make me a history check with advantage, because I'm pretty sure you don't have proficiency in.
Yeah, I do not. 12.
Okay. With a 12, you don't recognize it, but you do know that it's not a military uniform. This is not the Gilarian militia. These are not the Faerun wizards. This is not
and it's
any.
Is it like a big company? Do I recognize the colors but can't recall the name, or do I have no idea, or is it? Do I think I would know if they were bigger?
That's entirely up. I would ask how much you paid attention to what people you were robbing, I guess. Like, did you have deals with specific larger trading companies that you would like avoid them, or was that not something that you took into consideration much?
It was more that I think he probably got burned one time when maybe he robbed a ship from a larger company, and then they sent some people after him, and that was tough.
Yeah.
And so he decided to be a little bit more wary about who he robs, just to make sure he knows.
You have a mental list of you have a mental
Yeah.
list of companies that have their own private, not private military, but private mercenaries that they keep on call. People that have response teams in the event of an attack.
Yeah.
Most of those companies are based closer to the mainlands of the major nations, as it's easier to respond quickly in those cases when you're near a major city that they have a base in. You've not heard of any of those companies, especially like the one that you specifically remember. We'll say the Ember Shard company doesn't operate, at least out of no man's land.
Sorry, is that Amber or Ember?
Ember.
So Ember Shard, as in like the first mine you ever go into in Skyrim.
Okay, that explains why my brain came up with that.
You're good.
I've been watching a first-time playthrough of Skyrim. Yeah.
That's the first. I can literally give you directions to a place.
Yeah, no, I remembered it as soon as you said it.
Yeah.
It's the first place I go every time.
Immediately
Get some
early
early first,
phone. Yeah.
get some one-hand experience. Yeah. Yeah. You don't recognize them. They don't, and from that you can kind of discern that they're not massively large. You can see that there are 6 people loading and unloading. With the 12, I'll say, since they are all wearing matching uniforms, you know that none of them is the captain. So there were at least 7 people on this ship, but you're not sure how many more a boat of that size could comfortably travel.
All right. How many does it look like it requires for sail?
Do you have proficiency with water vehicles?
Oh hell yeah! I'm a pirate.
Can you roll me that check?
What ability?
Wisdom or intelligence, whichever is higher for you.
Wisdom, definitely.
Okay. At a minimum, you would need 3. 5 is probably best, with 7 being on the upper side of how many you could comfortably have working it.
All right. So the 4 of us could manage with perhaps slightly at least speed or maneuverability than would be ideal.
You do have Panaziver. You do have 5.
Oh, that's right. We do have 5. Looking around. Sorry, I looked at the party token thing and I was like, there are 4 of us because my brain is a peanut.
Really quick, let me see. Is anybody else looking at stuff? You can see Zeke is looking very hard at this one ship, taking in, not taking notes is what I was about to say, but taking in as many details as he can. He's murmuring something about birthing size and crew capacity under his breath. He can't quite make it out.
He's definitely counting on his fingers at one point.
Zashi is looking out for looking out to see if any of the private ships seem to be, I guess, less guarded or easier to take.
Give me a perception check to look for guards specifically. You see a single knight, wearing what looks like full plate, standing, about the middle of the deck here, right where this black dot is, in full view of both the ship under construction as well as the one being unloaded and the several smaller vessels. It does seem like they're, a bit distracted, same as the other guard, but this one doesn't appear to be asleep. That's what you see with an 11. You can only make out that one guard. You also see the 6 men in uniform that are busily unloading this boat.
Just real quick for my notes, the Embershot Company, are they based out of a specific city or country?
Let's say they're from the Galar Stub.
Alright.
The 3 major, they're found active on all 3 major continents of the Galar Stub.
Got it. Appreciate it.
No problem. Shuri, Lucelle, is there anything you guys are looking for at this place?
I'm studying them pretty carefully and seeing if there are any particular spots that they're getting supplies from. I know they're unloading, but just hazarding a guess because I know they would have to get supplies from somewhere. Is there anywhere that looks like they were getting supplies, or what kind of?
Specifically for the 6 people that are unloading the ship, or are you also interested in where the shipbuilders are getting their supplies?
Both.
Okay. The shipbuilders all seem to be coming and going from the largest warehouse here, which seems to be 3 buildings all joined together under a single roof. Coming in and out, teams of 3 or 4 carrying lumber or tools back and forth as needed. Shouts of need for different tools going back and forth. You don't see anything being loaded back onto the large private boat at this point. What you do see is that though almost all of these crates that are being unloaded are making their way to this square building here in the middle, which does appear to have a reinforced iron door, unlike the wooden doors on the other warehouses. You can see that every once in a while, a crate that looks slightly different and is carried out alone is brought farther into the city. They move past you and move past the smithy farther into the city. You don't see where they go. Or the town, excuse me. You're muted, Lucille.
I was going to turn to Shuri and sort of see her eyeing the crates. Twiggy, you spot which of those crates are going on the ship?
I'll point out the two warehouses that are larger. Those seem to be, where they're getting most of their supplies from.
You, feel like, impersonating some supplies?
Considering the thought.
I can be pretty personable, but I'm pretty recognizable to Drake and you or Giggles here, maybe. Could go and learn a little bit about these folks, talk to them, see when they're heading out, where they're heading to, if they need any new hands.
I reckon we can do that.
And
Lucille grins wickedly when she looks over at Cherie. I bet I can help you quite a bit with that.
And I don't know about you folks, but you ever hear the one about what do we do with a drunken sailor?
No.
Yeah, you don't take him on your ship. So let's figure out where these folks is drinking, get a couple of them drunk, and then graciously volunteer our services to assist in the piloting of this ship.
Well, also, maybe we can make one of them extra drunk, and then, like, sequester them away, and I can impersonate them.
Good work.
So that way, that reduces the crew, and makes me look like one of them, so that way, if we take over their ship, we have this one last person we got to worry about.
I mean, maybe, but
That's just an
I
idea.
feel like,
just floating it.
I mean, what if they asked you your favorite color, and you said blue, and this guy's was yellow?
I can read his thoughts for you, and I can figure out some stuff.
All right, here we go, I guess. But yeah, ask some questions, maybe.
Start hobbling my way down to the dock, playing up the old man.
Okay. As you separate from the group and you start making your way towards the rest of the dockworkers, give me just an insight as you start approaching them.
Did you want that from me as well?
Are you going with
Yeah.
them? Okay. Yeah, both of you. Okay, Cherie, you see some looks. You assume it's cause they're assuming that you're a newcomer. Lucille, as you walk over, you in your younger form, walking with this older seaman that Cherie is disguised as, you can tell that the strange group that was just kind of watching all of this going on has garnered some attention. Despite the early hour, the sun is coming up, and a giant tiger man, a fire genasi, and a woman, clearly all in the remnants of prison uniforms, stand out a little bit. You aren't necessarily immediately identified as prisoners. You don't pick up any hostility from these people, but
Definitely look different.
they're all looking at them, wondering what they're doing, as the two of you start approaching the dock workers. What are you both doing? Are you going to the same person? Are you trying to find a group of people to both go talk to? Or are you going to separate? Tell me what you do.
Lucille is going to speak to Cherie in her mind. I honestly really wish we had gone to an inn so I could have gotten you some change of clothes, because everybody's looking at you. You definitely stand out, and they're starting to notice.
Who's he saying this to?
Cherie.
He's talking to Cherie.
Then you should probably worry about that for them. I'll keep up my disguise. I find any other things on that, I will
Yeah.
inform you immediately. I'm gonna split off and hobble my way towards a larger group.
Okay. Then Lucille, you're gonna go and like signal the rest to start moving away from the docks to keep stum. Okay.
Yeah, she's gonna get within range of her telepathy and tell them when she sees them, she's gonna tell them in their heads like, "We need to get away from the docks because right now you're getting suspicious eyes on you."
Okay.
Just
You guys
put it
start
on.
backing away. We'll resolve where you go in a second, but let's see what Sherry does / learns.
I'm gonna pop to the bottom here real quick.
Okay, I'll be right back to you.
So, initially approaching the ones that are a little more separated. Hey! Are you having any supplies or anything on the side? Things for a couple of old fishermen?
Oh, hey there, old timer. What you doing up this early? Morning movement got you going? And he elbows his buddy and he laughs.
Oh, finally, after a good week. So backed up and it came out like a brick.
Oh, more than I needed to know, man. Oh, wow. What's she looking for anyway? You don't look like you're a dockhand with those hands.
I got the youngin is being a lazy rat. Not getting enough work. Was wondering if there's any side work or ships that needed an extra hand. Yeah, get his ass out there and make sure he's breaking his back a little there and not just being a lazy good for nothing back home.
I mean, if you're from around here, you should know Main Dock's the best place to go for that.
I know. I see a fancy ship and I always assume there might be something big for him.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yeah.
Well, pulled in last night, real late.
Looking for extra hands? Maybe, a little extra pay that use a new cabin boy?
I mean, you could go and see, but these private hire boats.
Rich types always looking down on.
Yeah, supposedly they're bringing something real valuable, and then they're going out to go and get some more. I don't know. They're all very hush hush. They don't even drink with us. They go to the fancy bar.
I remember when many of the captains like them used to come in and at least pay respect to some of the elder fishermen.
You remember a better time than me, old man.
Worth a shot. Trying to get the good life for good old fucking good for nothing son.
I hear you. You sound just like my old man.
At least you're doing something useful. Mine's just sleeping in all the time. Have to get him to go out and tend to the chickens, beating them with my stick.
No wonder he doesn't listen to you, man. You gotta use a gentle hand. I left my old man behind since he treated me like that.
Maybe you're right. I guess I'll check the others. Thank you for the time. I was hoping to be able to worm his way on there as a cabin boy or something.
Look, if he can swing a hammer, he can come work on the boat. I mean, we're gonna be here for the next couple weeks. Decent check of pay.
I think I'll be sure to kick him in the butt a little and get him down here then.
Sure. What's his name? I'll recommend to the shift lead.
Zeke's.
Zeke's. Roll me a deception. I had a friend named Zeke once. He was a good guy. All right, I'll put you down. What was your name, old timer?
Twiggy.
Pleasure, Twiggy.
She's mine. Thank you for the good information. I'll see if can't drag his worthless ass over here. Don't mind me.
Hey.
Just ache, hip throwing me off a little bit.
Well, maybe, buy a drink about it sometime.
Probably more than happy to do that.
Maybe you and your son could bond over it.
I'll try.
Should really try and repair those rifts in your family before they grow too big and then the years begin to pile on them.
Yeah, I try sometimes. At the same time, I wonder if, if you ever met a nice girl, maybe that would motivate them. It's tough.
Life is tough. Hey, I saw you talking to the fellas over there by the warehouse. They were lurking something suspicious. You know who they were? Did they tell you where they're from? I didn't see them come in on it no boat.
They're talking something about business and trying to get people for a ship. I don't know. Being fucking weird and bothering me.
I'll pass the word around. I'll make sure we keep an eye out. We don't really take to troublemakers and no mans.
I don't think they'll be sticking around long anyway.
Better not.
I'd chase them out myself, or I wave the stick around violently.
Oh, hey, whoa, okay. Look, let's make sure they're not here for real business first.
That's true.
It's our bread and butter.
Might be with the rich folk who came off the ship. Well, I'm gonna get back home before my hip throws out completely. Get my damn son back down here. Start hobbling away.
Okay. Give me one more deception. Okay. Do you go over to any other groups?
No, I stick to my story. I start wandering back into town, holding my hip.
Okay.
Playing up the, bad side and leg.
Okay. In that case, where were you gonna lead them, Lucelle? You said you were gonna try and show them where to go after they group back up with you. Where do you suggest to go? You're muted.
You keep doing that to yourself, bro.
I forgot. Sorry.
You keep trying to telepathically talk to us when we're not.
Shit, I have to make a connection first.
So, I mean, does Sherry tell her? Was the old man tied to the ship that we were interested in?
So you wait for Shuri to regroup. Okay, so you go. How far do you go away from the docks to wait?
I mean, she goes around and just watches. She's watching for any potential, folks that are suspicious of the party that might be approaching, so she can give word to the party. So
Sure.
she's basically being lookout. So
Right.
she
Where
keeps close-
are you going? Give me a ping on the map.
I'd say she keeps a watch on the intersection here, and she patrols back and forth, and then
Okay.
links up with the party.
Okay, you kind of duck into this small alley over here, and you guys wait for Cherie. You watch an old man hobble by with what looks very much like an affected hip injury. You psst, and she walks over, and you all group back up. And then you ask Cherie, what about the boat?
Well, I missed part of it, but was the old man that Sharita was talking to, was he involved with the unloading of the boat that we're looking at? The one that
No.
looked like it traveled? No, okay, then never mind on that. But yeah, she would say, we definitely need to do something about your staying power here, just because we're not sure how long we'll need to be here, but folks are noticing you're out of place. So I can help with that because you just need somewhere to hunker down while I get you some clothes changes. If you're comfortable with that, we can do that when the ends. Like I said, this place is good about privacy, assuming you don't make noise and ruckus. But if you're doing stuff where like you're casing a dock, people are going to notice that. So I humbly implore you just to hunker down for a second so I can get you some changes of appearance.
It's a bit hard to find my size. You might need it.
Oh, we can make that work. It's not a problem, honey.
Bit of a poncho. Every dock worker was already staring at us as we were looking and counting.
You see pandas over in the back going,
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, we can just requisition some sails and just sew some shit together for you. You've done that before. You're a sailor. You know the drill.
Zeke in a toga.
Oh,
That sounds awesome.
we can requisition some sails. That is such a burn.
I can't quite explain how sacrilegious that feels.
Yeah, well, guess what? You're a fucking prisoner and an ex-criminal now, so get used to it.
Whatever.
She's giggling. By the way, this is stone face, like old man, just looking at everybody, and this is all in your heads, the giggling and the talking.
Google in my head. It makes my ears feel funny.
I mean, it's payback, man. You killed my meal ticket. You killed my fucking meal ticket. I still gotta talk to you about that. We're getting past the point. I need to hook you up with some clothes so people don't fucking suspect that you're prisoners just escaped prison.
But please don't ruin a pretty sail.
I won't ruin a pretty sail. I'm gonna make it like you look fabulous. So
What about
it's
an
just gonna be
ugly sail?
repurposed.
What if we tore down the rattiest looking sail and just put you in the ugliest
Yeah,
toga
we'll get
possible?
something that's not usable anymore. It'll be something that's been damaged by something else, by either combat or storm. I don't give a fuck. It won't be an actual good sail, okay? I promise.
Yeah, that's fine. Just.
But hey, let's stop. Can we get out of this fucking alley now though and go one of these inns? Because by this point, those guys have gotten and started, slapping each other on the face and whatever they do for fun as training. I don't give a shit. But can we go to one of the inns now so I can try to hook you up with some changes of clothes and you can wash up and rest a little bit after getting fucked up in the mud?
Mhm.
Just be careful.
Yes, still be cautious because it's still suspicious.
They noticed us immediately, so small town's a small town. They know
unfortunately,
who's
I'm
supposed to
still
be
kind of-
here.
I'm running around empty for what I can do for you. So yeah, we gotta be real careful right now. That's all right.
I'm also noticeable. So that doesn't help.
For brevity's sake, I'd recommend just ducking to the first closest inn. But if you want to, shy away and go to the farther one, more power to you. Like I said,
there are 2 inns and 1 tavern that does also allow rooms for rent, but it's much smaller, so space is not as available. The main differences between No Man's Inn and the Corner Cabin Inn is that No Man's Inn is larger and has a whole second floor of rooms, whereas the Corner Cabin Inn is a bit more of a luxurious experience. Cherie could confirm that the dock workers mentioned that the guards and their employer don't even drink with them. They go to the fancier place, which is the Corner Cabin Inn. So things are going to be a little bit more expensive there, but they'll also be higher quality services and things. Lucille, since you've been here, you would know that, for example, the Corner Cabin Inn has a reception desk.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's that kind of place.
Mm.
There is a dining room, there is a smoking and drinking room, as well as a kitchen. Room service is not an unheard of thing at that place, whereas the No Man's Inn is what you would very classically picture as a traveler's tavern.
Yeah. It's actually the Corner Cabin Inn is right up your alley. You'd love it, but we're kind of light on funds right now. I don't think I could afford shacking y'all up in there. I honestly recommend either the No Man's Inn or the Full Hand Tavern. But Full Hand Tavern, you gotta run the risk of getting more suspicious people looking, people being suspicious of you. But the No Man's Inn, you're closer to the barracks. So, your call, y'all.
I mean, first things first. What are we paying with?
I've got some money, and the rooms aren't that expensive depending on where you go.
Is fish in town?
Well,
And I don't gotta stay in the room. It's just for you guys to get covered while I get some shit together for y'all.
yeah, I mean, I ain't been in this port for a real long time, so I'm gonna follow where you lead. on this one.
I ain't the leader either. I want you guys to make a decision. I'm like I said, once we get past this initial hump, I kind of want to have a sit down so I can explain what's going on, at least from my perspective, and that way you can make a decision on things. Because I got a situation going. She got a chuckles, and this time she actually chuckles in her voice. And it's an older man's voice.
Right.
I'd recommend then one further out of the way, the Full Hand.
Yeah, it's probably best.
Especially considering it's not like well known as an inn.
Right. It is mostly a tavern. People go there for the food and the drink, but it's a smaller place. Like, it would not be uncommon to see somebody there at a sit-down dinner, for example. Like, oh, I'm done eating, I'm done working, I'm gonna go eat and enjoy whatever the ambiance. Okay, you guys start making your way there. It is the early morning. I'm gonna say it's like 6 a.m. approaching 6:30. Correct me if I'm wrong. Everybody got healed back up to full except for Zeke and Pam.
Yeah.
Yes?
I'm
Okay.
30 out of 55.
How would you describe, based on the type of attacks that you were taking? You took a big trample from some horses' hooves and a lot of bolts and longsword attacks. So how is Zeke looking right now? Do you think you're still actively bleeding anywhere? Since you are almost at half your HP.
I don't think actively bleed. I think it's clotted. And I think, like, he's holding himself high, but, like, he definitely winces a little bit if he, like, is wrong or turns wrong. Like, he's probably a broken rib. And definitely, if you look close, you could tell that a lot of his fur is matted with blood. But without looking, probably a little hard to tell, given that he's used to getting hit, and he's also, already kind of orange.
Okay. On a scale from 10 to 20, how difficult do you think it would be to spot this blood in your fur? Or perhaps on coming through a bandage that you have wrapped around you?
From what distance?
Middling. Think about if the street was only as wide as most roads are, and they were on the opposite side of 15 feet away. How?
And like
15 to 20 feet.
I'm just passing by.
Yeah, you're walking with the group.
And they're not just looking right at me.
No.
From that distance, like I don't know, 15 to 17, I feel like.
Okay, you're disguising it pretty well. Why don't you give me a performance to keep up a strong face to not draw any extra attention to yourself?
All right.
Just to see if I'm gonna give them a second chance. Okay. You guys do detect a couple extra eyes on you, but yet it's just because there are more people moving around. You don't necessarily get the feeling that this is a small town, these are outsiders thing. More like this is a place that sees a lot of new people come through, and you are new people, but none of them saw you arrive. You've just sort of shown up, and that is interesting. Normally, you could tell news travels quickly, and people turn and go, "Oh, I didn't know that there was a Leonin in town. We haven't seen one of those since before Faendrin took over, right?" I mean, they drove all the centaurs out of town, and they're like whispered conversations as you pass, and it's not more than a few people, but it's now that type of morning where the early risers are up. People are outside with a tea or coffee, watching the beautiful sunrise, and it is shaping up to be a wonderful day out. I'm gonna move you guys the rest of the way over to the Full Hand Tavern. You pass the 4 main sites, the pair of inns where No Man's Inn does still seem to have loud music going, even at 6 a.m. From the inside. The barracks from within, you can hear the very muffled sound of a trumpet playing reveille. The market hub, which is just beginning to have sellers trickle in and start setting up their stands and things like that. And the dock office, which is connected to the main dock by a constant flow of human traffic and contains several harried-looking workers. You approach the Full Hand Tavern, which also has its doors open. They appear to be in the midst of serving breakfast. Oh god, don't delete the map. That's what I almost just did. Holy fuck.
Whole map gone.
Oh no.
And I will say the sun is up at this point. It is almost 7 a.m. as you arrive. You guys should all be able to move around. There should be daylight. If anybody can't see, please let me know right now.
My eyes.
Though there is no bard playing, the sound of gentle music can be heard.
God, we're constantly being serenaded.
Giggles, can you go in as you're playing?
Yeah. That's my token. Okay, there we go. I don't want to be slow.
You all move in. Shuri, you go right across towards a large table, which has a book of what appear to be recipes open, and a man. He looks a little bit sleepy-eyed, just reading it, and he looks up, strokes his beard. What might I be able to help you with today?
I was curious if you had any spare rooms. Walking all day. Looking forward to having us lay down.
Walking? It's the earliest hours of the morning, my good man.
Right, you know. Early worm.
The old codger walks up beside her. You have to pardon my friend. We were out walking on pub crawl, and then we went out into the fields for a while and came back. They had this silly notion for a buried treasure they found. It's silly. I'm going to treat them to a fine night's rest. They had a little too much to drink.
So you come up with something under his breath. It's not silly.
Of course. How many is that?
I don't need the room. I've got my own place, but it's too small to give them comfort, so I wanted to give them a nice evening. And they liked this place last time we stopped by, so I just wanted to give the 4 of them some space.
2 rooms with double beds, then?
It works.
Depends. What's the price on that?
The double beds are a go tonight.
Yeah, I can.
I have 3 single rooms for 5 silver.
Just picture this man licking his lips constantly.
He's not, but he does seem to have something, possibly coffee, in his mustache, and he keeps sucking it out with his upper lip.
Oh my god.
So I can do one double bed, and I can afford 1 and 2 singles, if that's all right.
No problem, sir. Allow me.
And
Zeke, we've shared a room before.
Yeah.
So that's a gold and 2 silver.
5 silver
Gold and
for
5.
each room, for each single room. So if you're getting 2 single rooms, that's 5 silver each, and 1 double room is 1 gold. So that'll be 2 gold total.
Okay.
Would you be interested in our meal plan as well? We'll provide your next meal as you awaken, whether that be the dinner or morning meal.
Yeah, how much would that be?
That's an additional 3 silver per person. The rooms are separate.
Okay, 3 silver, so 6.
12.
So yeah, 1 gold, 2 silver. Yeah, I can afford that.
Very well.
You give him
Yeah.
3 gold and 2 silver.
Mhm.
He will pull out 4 very small scraps of paper. They're unevenly torn, and each of them are a different shape. That each say like meal voucher on it in like handwritten script with a quill, and he passes them over to you, Lucelle, for you to disseminate as you will. And he'll grab a large ring of keys from under the counter and start leading you over here.
Okay, yeah, Lucille looks to the party and she's like, all right, here you go, my friends. Enjoy your evening. Rest up, clean up. I will be back. I'm going to go take care of some errands, and I will see you soon. Farewell.
I expect to enjoy another picture
Hands
with you.
hands the vouchers to everybody so they each have a meal for them. And then they all hear in their heads, I'm going to go see about some clothes. I will come back in a different form, but I will tell you when I'm here.
Some might say you're going to pop some tags.
Please, sirs and madam.
Are we able to respond mentally when
Yes.
you communicate?
Yes, initially after that first response.
I'm gonna put in a request for
Ooh.
nice leather vest, good hat, keep the sun off my face.
I will see what I can do. She smiles.
Gotta make sure nothing's too loose and flowy, because don't want to get caught.
We'll see what happens.
I need a robe. I need robes. I like robes.
So tired. And
Sir, are you alright?
Zeke, as you move past the innkeeper, he extends a hand.
Is your gait seems troubled. It's quite a long night then.
yeah,
I see. Please contact me if you require medical assistance. I will have one of my assistants bring you the kit.
yeah. Could I just get like a basin of maybe some warm water and like a cloth or something?
See what I can find, sir. Please enjoy the room. I will return.
Thanks. I'll work press. He's just gonna sit down on the bed. Probably creaks a lot. And he just
Damn, Moose!
You watch the bed tilt to about a 20-degree angle.
God damn.
Oh lord, I can't wait to roll into you all night.
You would.
I mean, I'm good on the floor. This is a nice carpet.
It is a nice carpet. It's actually surprisingly plush.
I mean, suit yourself and she'll jump onto the bed.
I mean, I would prefer the bed, but
I mean, nobody's at. I don't. You're being weird.
I don't know. I'm big. I'm not. don't know how fancy shit works, okay?
Like beds?
What? Look, last time I slept in, like, an actual bed was... And he stands there thinking for, like, a good 3-4 seconds.
Well, here, let me show you how the bed works. And then she lays down.
No, how?
Zashi, do you lay correctly or do you lay horizontal? Like, sorry, like perpendicular.
I lay correctly.
Look. They don't make double hammocks, okay? I don't know what the etiquette is for this. I don't know how well you feel, you know me. And I don't
I mean,
oppose.
I think I know you well enough.
Alright. He just lies down in the bed. He pulls up.
Oh, shit!
No, it's like just straight on top of it. He's not under the covers or anything.
Just flips her like a skillet all over the fucking...
Like,
Just vomit from the rough waves of the water. You discovered that it's a waterbed, also.
So sailors feel extra at home. Like that.
Roll. She rolls right into you, and she has to like readjust and scoot over.
He's just killed up. It's probably like, I imagine rolling into Zeke at this moment is mostly soft with a little bit of pointiness from the blood matted fur.
Soft but spiky in some places.
Yeah.
And there, as far as we know, there isn't any like bathing accoutrement in this tavern.
As you say that, your door is still open, and the owner, whose name you have not asked, walks over and says,
Your bucket, sir.
and holds out a bucket of slightly soapy water,
I'll take it.
and there's like a rag draped over the side of it.
This
It's
is
clearly like a bar rag.
This is pretty rough. Anywhere I can stand where I'm not gonna screw this thing up.
Might I
Just
suggest a
stand off the
step
road.
outside, sir?
I'll just spot wash.
Very good, sir. I'll alert the maids.
Look, step off the rug. So, thanks.
You like kick the rug up a little bit, fold it up to the side, and he goes,
Very good, sir. Please alert me if you need anything else.
and he'll reach to close the door, unless you have anything else you want to say to him.
Yeah, no, I'll just sort of put the bucket down and immediately just start like getting a little bit of water in my hand and on the cloth and just start scrubbing the blood out a little bit and
Okay.
like wince a little bit as I feel the soap in the wound.
Yeah. Is there anything going on in the other bedroom, Shuri? Besides relaxing, are you going right to bed? Which is what I imagine Zashi will do now, as well.
I know. I imagine seeing the water, she would probably also want to wash up a little. They did lay under a tree for a really long time in shit.
That's true.
In fact, she would probably get off the bed realizing that she was kind of nasty and like kind of wait her turn.
Zeke just kind of keeps going and then eventually just kind of sits down and then just lays the wet warm cloth just like across his face and leans back against the wall for a little bit.
I should have taken prestidigitation.
Caught me looking at your sheet, didn't you?
And
Yes. And I was trying to figure out a way to say it all slick.
yeah, and I'll take the cloth down and then like mess it around in the bucket and then wring it and hang it over the side and just sort of stand there like, I mean, you know what an animal looks like when it's like just slightly dried out from having a bath. You know what fur looks like. People know what that looks like. So Zeke's just like that. He's just leaning up against the wall. And he's got like his arm around the bucket. And this is Zash. Oh, do you want? And just like holds the bucket out. Probably like a cup almost, with his massive fucking hand.
Zashi?
I'm sorry, I think I missed the last part.
You're bringing
He's
up
just
the
holding,
bucket.
he's holding out the bucket.
Oh, okay. She'll take it and begin, like, pretty thoroughly cleaning herself. She's pretty disgusted.
Okay. You both have bath time. Shuri, you were prestidigitating yourself as well.
I am. I'm also kind of playing with some of my new abilities that seem to just kind of flow naturally now, weirdly. Almost like they were there the whole time, but not really reachable. If they're... Especially with that, with all the dirt there. Occasionally shifting the dirt that she has wiped from herself off herself and kind of reshaping it and getting used to those parts and then just different designs and things. But also examining the staff as well as a few other things that were from the tree. Seeing if there's a bigger connection there. Almost kind of like meditating on them.
Every now and then, as you're molding this earth, your fingers for a few seconds grow cold, and frost seems to seep off them. Then the glass of water that sits on your table seems to shape itself. The water starts to lift up out of the glass before splashing back down. Flickers of green flame keep shooting out of the end of your fingers. These strange things are now just happening all the time around you.
It's the Avatar.
Yeah, experimenting a lot with that and getting a feeling for these things a little more naturally. Probably sounds like a fucking possession at anyone passing by the door.
Yeah, you're just murmuring in strange, unknowable words of magic. Okay, let's cut to Lucelle. Lucelle, you step out into the morning air. You are pretty tired. You were up all night running or flying with these. Your back muscles are aching. And you gotta go get some fucking clothes in this little... I mean, it's a trading post, you know? But most of what they sell is more akin to like a Costco, you know? They have crates and crates of clothes, so it might be a little difficult unless you know where the tailor's is. Why don't I take just you to the world map, and we'll talk about where you are going to head. Are you going to just go to the main market hub and try and find something there?
She's gonna try to see if she can find some discount shit, because she ain't gonna do fuck their clothing requests. Fuck that shit. Fuck that shit.
Oh dear. Okay.
Fucking slave!
Alright, you make your way to the market hub.
And she's changed her appearance, when she got to like a place where she was secluded. She changed her appearance to a cutesy, like teenage girl, or like who was trying to find clothes, I guess. You know, looking for stuff to change, you know, to have fun.
Yeah, farmer's daughter type vibe, sent to the
yeah.
market to go and buy the family clothes.
Yeah, to buy family clothes while doing errands, or just she's looking for some fun. She looks really bored.
Okay. You should be on the map and able to look around. Why don't you make a perception or an investigate check as you start looking around?
Oh boy, I get to use her good investigation. Yay! Where's that? There it is. Ah, poor shit roll. No, she's. Do I have a 1 per session? I'm gonna use my 1 per session on my investigation roll because she is tired and she wants to get this shit taken care of. Yeah, that's better. So yeah.
All right,
she's
with
looking
an
for good deals.
18. You see, 2 different stands. One is this huge stand with purple banners and gold filigree around the edges. You can see with big embossed letter M's for each of the words. It says Mendelssohn's Magnificent Mending. And you can see items of clothing ranging from suits and jackets and doublets to finer jackets for admirals or captains, long tailored coats and the thing, all with metal clasps and very high-end clothing. You can also spy a few what look like ballroom gowns and things like on the racks in the back of this large tent. You can't even really call it a stand. The other shop you see is called So It Seems. And it what you can see is there are several like fold out placards outside that are advertising things. You can see one of them says like 100% yak's wool. But also with the 18 investigation, you see that there is a very, very small disclaimer on the bottom written out. Products may or may not contain actual yak's wool, and things of like. And you can see there are actually like 3 or 4 different misleading signs like that, trying to draw customers in, possibly somebody who's struggling a little bit more for their business.
Yeah. So Lucille ain't no fool. And she sees the big fancy placard or big fancy Mendel of the MMM. She's like, if I had the money and I was trying to appease these folks, I'd totally hook them up with that. Especially because we're trying to impress nobles. Fuck that! I'm going to So It Seems because that's perfect for what I'm looking to do. And this is all inner monologue right now. So she walks up and she's being all furtive and kind of nervous. It's like she's holding a few silver pieces. She's got her gold piece in her little purse inside of her unitard, in her tiny little bosom there. I just close to her chest, hidden by the magic. She's got a few silver pieces in her hand, just rubbing them together and holding them in her hand like really close.
Give me a performance.
Okay.
You see slightly pot-bellied lizard folk man lean down. He says, "Oh, is there something I can help you with?"
Yeah,
little girl.
And this time she actually speaks with her normal candor. Like, she's not hiding or masking, she's just talking like she normally does. Yeah. My family has me doing errands, and I'm ahead of schedule. And I got some money, and I'm trying to change my look a little bit. Is it okay if I see what you got in here?
Of course. I have many fine things to show you. Perhaps this sheepskin cloak. And he holds out this like long, luxurious-looking white cloak that seems to be made of lambskin. This is an original Gucci product.
Gucci? Is that fella up in the bigger continent north of us? Kind of hoity-toity?
I do not know. I am just the dealer.
Oh,
I am told this sells for many golds, but I give it to you for 2.
Unfortunately, that's a little bit on my. Unfortunately, that's a little too rich for my blood. I'm sorry.
1.5.
I'm sorry. That's significantly above my price range. But thank you for the offer.
Perhaps something smaller. And he reaches down under the counter, and he's like a big guy. He's got the blue and orange scale coloring to him, big like fin on the top of his head. And he pulls out a very small clutch. It's like dwarfed by his big claws, and he extends it down over the counter. Perhaps something for your things. I'm not sure if all your monies could fit in there, but if your budget is as tight as you say.
Oh, it's real pretty. I'm actually looking for clothes. It's partly for me, and it's also I got one of our farmhands. Don't tell my folks, but he's my boyfriend. He's about as big as you guys, and he wants like a leather vest and maybe a hat. I was wondering if you got something like that, and also my
he reaches behind him, and you see like a long rack of all these different like long clothing bags, and he like flicks through a couple and pulls out one. It's like a little bit long, and he unzips it, and you see a long leather duster with like tassels underneath the arms and along all the fringes. There's a large wide-brimmed hat of the same leather, and hanging underneath are sturdy overalls of the same leather and matching boots.
she almost guffaws for a moment. It's like, wow, okay.
This is of my traveler clothes
That's
line.
yours.
I personally make these.
Wow.
You can roll inside if you'd like.
Oh, okay. She's acting like, you know, she's reading
Yeah.
them, but she's definitely like reading them hard right now. Unfortunately, it didn't roll high.
I mean, he makes it himself. It's surprising that he can do all that hand stitching with the big claws.
Yeah.
This entire set, I give to you a steal. 2 gold. This is too good. This is too much for you. And he starts to zip it back up. I can see you need something more common. I see.
It's gorgeous. I think it's fantastic.
I leave it aside for you. We come back to it at the end.
No, yeah, maybe, perhaps.
You just think about it. No, I go get something else.
It's not-
And he
it's not-
unzips it again so you can look at it, and he starts to walk away.
It's not a matter of hesitancy, my darling. It's a matter of actual money. I just don't have to go.
We come to some agreement.
Well, no, it's. I want to buy stuff from you. I can't afford it. I'm sorry. I had to help out my friends, and I had to give a lot of gold for that. I definitely want to buy stuff from you, though. I just can't afford that. Maybe I can get some other stuff from you, though. Like I said, a vest, a nice hat, and maybe some robe.
I have some more common things in the back.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I think that would make my boyfriend real happy. I just don't have the money. I'm sorry.
You see him pull come back, and he has a large wooden crate with like slats on the side. What's your passive perception?
13.
Okay, you can see what looks like a stencil on the side, and as you give it like a glance as he puts it down, like facing away from you, you saw that it said not picked up. And you could see that the box contains a lot of clothing that seems to have been patched pretty professionally, but there's no like color matching or anything. You infer that this is like all of the product that people just didn't come back for throughout the years, almost like a lost and found. And he starts digging through it. Let's see, you said my size. He pulls out like a big white shirt.
Yeah, he's about your size. Maybe not as broad-shouldered, but he's got he's a little furry. I'm sorry, it's kind of a silly romance, but he's such a kind guy.
Bugbear?
No, I can't say too much because if my folks find out, they get real pissed off.
Secrets best kept between one. Yes.
Thank you for listening. And like I said, if I could save some money, I would love to buy that thing you just showed me. That was so pretty.
All right. He comes back. He has like what appears to be a fairly standard worksman's outfit. Long wool pants patched at both knees. In like a reddish brown color, some sturdy shoes that look a little bit worn and have the toe replaced on one. as well as the big white shirt. He does have a hat. It's not as nice as the other wide-brimmed hat. It's a little bit rumpled, but you can see it recently had it. It was recently re-brimmed, I believe is what it's called when they redo the leather around the top.
It's serviceable.
Yes. He also has a pair of what look like dresses. One's a summer dress and one's more like a gown. He said that both have shoes and leggings that go with them. These are some sets that I have common clothing.
Those are very nice.
I do 5 silver for any of these sets. Your size, this looks very good. And he holds down the summer dress, which would like fit your current form that you're in right now.
This is all so wonderful. My pappy, he told me never give away all your bargaining chips, but you're so kind, and I gotta be truthful. I want to get my boyfriend and my sister the stuff, but then I won't be able to afford anything for myself. But if I come truthful, I have 1 gold and 2 silver left to my name right now. If I were to give you all the money I have, could I get the 2 dresses, the 1 set of shoes, and the work suit for myself and my sister and my boyfriend?
Give me a persuasion.
And I also have this boomerang. I can give that to you too. It's real fun to throw.
Kind of takes it and is looking at it.
And persuasion, right?
Yes.
Ooh, nice.
You need 4 sets of clothing.
No, just 1 extra. I had enough gold for 2 sets, but then I wouldn't be able to afford anything for myself. But I do have.
Don't forget
silver.
Panaziver.
Oh yeah, Panzerver. So yeah, I need 3 sets.
4 sets.
Oh well, she doesn't need 1 for herself then, so she just needs 3.
There are still 4 other people if you count Panaziver. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So yes, 4 sets. So yes, she wouldn't need 1 extra. So yeah, increase the argument. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry. I forgot about Panzer. Apologies.
This is what I can do. I take your 1 gold. And he reaches out to take it. I hold all this. I get 1 more set of pants and shirt. Take 2 dresses, pants and shirt. I keep the shoes. You go sell that boomerang. And you come back to me and I give you this. Fair?
Oh.
You do the legwork of selling the boomerang. I'll give it all to you.
Okay. Now I'm not that much of a salesperson, but if I could ask for 1 bit of advice, do you have any recommendations where I could sell it? She smiles. She smiles real innocently as best she can.
Pretty girl like you go right there. And he points across to a slightly dingy looking tent called A Man's Burden. There seem to be some strange weapons outside, things you've never seen before. There's a staff with a blade on either end. There's what looks like a bladed whip curled up. There's a flail with a chain that's like extended and longer. But there aren't tons of things all over.
Sword chuck, Joe.
You give him smile, he give you a price.
Okay. Thank you. What's your name? I'm sorry, I should have asked you at the very beginning. I'm such a my pappy would slap me silly if I didn't apologize. I'm so sorry about that.
It is fine. Most people call me Scales.
Well, that's the nickname for you. What's your real name? I want to know that. You're so nice.
He kind of gives a little bit of a sigh and he goes, and like says something in a horrible like snake hiss that goes on for a few seconds.
Oh.
It's hard to pronounce Smith. And he opens his mouth and you can see he's got like the long fangs. Regular tongue.
God damn.
Well, Can I attempt it? She clears her throat, and
It never goes well, but sure.
and she's going to do. Would it be a performance check?
Sure.
Hmm.
That was actually not as bad as I thought. Most
Thank you.
people, they insult my family when they say something. But
Aw.
that just sounded like my name with an accent.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy. She like hops up and she's like, "Is it okay if I give you a huggy?"
I think not.
Okay. I understand. It's cultural differences aside. I understand. I'm gonna go sell this boomerang and see what I can get for it. I'm gonna try to rake him over the coals for us.
You do that.
She giggles. All right. So yeah, she's gonna hop, skip, and move her way over to a man's call. Is it man's call?
A man's burden.
Man's burden.
Yeah, right?
And while she's doing that, I guess she's gonna like go to that's the lizard guy's place. Where's man's burden? Is this one?
Yeah.
Well, before she goes to man's burden, she's going to go to the restroom, and then she's going to change her appearance to be not a cute little farm girl and be more like a more mature woman.
Okay.
With, I guess the hourglass figure, you know. More
Yeah,
attractive.
like that girl's mom, essentially.
Yeah, that girl's mom.
Okay, great. You come out, you make your way over. As you approach, there's a loud wolf whistle coming from the tent.
Yeah, she blushes.
What's a pretty thing like you doing in a place like this? Beautiful. Yeah. You can see this guy who strangely doesn't look like he is a blacksmith or even a bladesmith. Skinny guy, kind of a bit of a farmer's tan, but like it hasn't settled in fully. Wearing nice, if wine-stained clothing. Mark, please don't fart. What can I do you for?
My name's Daisy. It's a pleasure. I'm here to sell.
Beautiful as Daisy.
Thank you kindly. I have this toy here. My late husband, Pear's.
Oh, let me offer my condolences. Would you like a drink to share with me? We can talk about it.
No, thank you. I'm in mourning,
Okay.
but apparently this was his pride and joy. He kept it stored away in a little cubby in his attic, and we're going through and clearing out some of his stuff. And I wanted to see about. I'm trying to get rid of stuff because it makes me sad whenever I know about stuff of his that was still in the house, and I want to see what it was worth.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, sure. There you go.
Give me a deception. It's in great condition from what I can tell. He's just like looking at it. You can see that there are like some tools, like magnifying glasses and things, as well as like calipers and other things that like someone who actually made weapons would know how to use. He does not reach for them at all. It's too far early in the morning. I'll give you a gold for it. Nice big gold piece. You could go buy some flowers for your dead husband. I can buy you a drink later.
I'm sorry. What's your name?
Art.
And-
Please.
Are you supposed to be working when you're this hammered? You look a little drunk, my friend.
Fine. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just an early morning.
She's looking around to see, is there anybody else supposed to be working here?
It's not a large stand. There is room for a second person behind the counter. And certainly there look like you can see he looks a little out of place. There's an apron that's a little soot stain that hangs up on one side of the front of the stand that he's not wearing.
Okay, she's going to use her daily ability to cast Detect Thoughts.
Okay.
And she's going to read his surface thoughts first of all.
He's thinking about how hot you are and how to get you to stay longer.
Oh. Oh no.
Okay.
He's hoping you'll haggle so that you stay longer.
Yeah, she definitely buys into that. That boomerang. I think the reason he was so keen on it is because it's not made from materials on this plane. I used to hang out with him with his academic buddies, and apparently they used to deal with like fairy folk, and apparently he traded with somebody that had planes traveled or worked with fairies, and they brought back some items from the Feywilds. I think that's something that was made by the Fey folk.
So,
It might be worth a bit more because it's higher quality. It's made from like some sapling made in the Feywilds.
what are you looking to get out of it?
I'd like more than a gold.
He pulls out a gold, puts it on the table. He reaches into his pouch. You see him clink around a little bit. He pulls out a silver piece. He puts it right next to it. More than gold.
Are you just patronizing me now? I mean, seriously.
I'm trying to get your patronage. I would like to buy this
That's
for you.
not the
If
same
you have a
usurpation.
counter offer, please feel free.
The counter offer is the lineage of the weapon. I'm just trying to find out if you even know what you're talking about.
I'm clearly an expert of weaponry. Have
I
you
don't
not seen
believe
the
it.
sign?
You seem to be very drunk. I don't think you know what you're talking about right now.
I mean, I'm hearing a lot of, I don't want you to buy my boomerang right now.
You haven't even looked at it. You just picked it
I'm
up and
looking
said
at
it's worth
it.
the
It's
gold.
right here. It's a very nice boomerang.
Well, then tell me about the weapon. What is it? What is it? What distinguishes it? Am I
I
full of
think
shit?
that the paint color is very cool. The hand feel is pretty good. It looks light. I bet I could throw it pretty far. It'd come back. What boomerangs do. I'm not sure if you know. The shake causes it to spin.
She's now that he's talking about the boomerang, is he just making shit up from what she can tell with Detect Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean he's drunk, but not drunk enough that he doesn't know what he's doing. He's kind of just stringing you along at this point. You definitely. I mean, he's drunk enough that he definitely just took you at your word to whatever you said, and that's one of the reasons he's like, I want to get this thing for 1 gold, because that makes my profit really big.
She wants, yeah, she definitely wants to probe deeper into his thoughts and his reasoning.
Okay,
So
wisdom
saving throw,
save.
DC is 15.
That was a 16.
He knows that I'm in his head.
Hey, why did I hear you? Are you fucking spelling me? I'll have you on the guard, you little fucking scamp. What the he starts to
What are you
like
talking about?
stand himself up.
Yeah, she pulls out of his head and she's like, I don't know what you're talking about, and she kind of like, pushes the girls together to get his attention with her figure. So, I'm sorry, I will take the gold. I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm talking about. You're right. I think I was just upset because I thought my husband had good taste.
You get the hell out of my shop! And he like reaches for it, but you grab the gold and are on
Yeah.
your way out. And he's like, "Fucking stay out!" And you hear a clink and a bottle slosh as it's knocked over as he's like standing up from his chair, and then a creak as he collapses back down into it. Whatever. You make your way out. You've got your gold. You go and you use it to buy
Yeah.
the other 2 sets of common clothing that you need from So it seems, and you make a hasty
Turn back.
retreat out after changing back into the young girl. Do you go straight back to?
Yeah, she's got new parents too, so she's the young girl carrying these clothes bundled up with probably some twine or paper.
Okay.
And the young girl
Yeah.
basically looks like her without the fairy form stuff. You know, no wings, just blonde
Okay.
hair, kind of bushy with braids, no feathers, no flowers, and
Okay.
commoner's clothes.
Yeah, the clothes are all patched, if not necessarily worn. They are fairly fairly well held together. They're not gonna like start ripping on you guys if you're just running around, but they are a bit
Weathered.
weathered. And one thing that you were not able to purchase is that common clothes specifically do not come with shoes; they come with foot wraps.
Yeah.
So there are no shoes in this, so you have this package of clothing.
Yeah.
You make your way back to the tavern. It's been, say, 2 hours. We're rounding 9 o'clock. Everybody else was talking or going to sleep, trying to get a long rest in. You should be back on this map. What are you gonna do? You're the young girl.
She's gonna go back inside, and she's
See
gonna go
some
to
more
the.
people are there now.
Oh, she's gonna navigate around, folks. Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me. She's gonna go up to the desk. Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Hi. I've got some packages here for some folks that recently checked in. A big old tiger-looking dude, feller, and a gentleman, and a very quiet lady, and another lady. I believe it was I forget. It was Cherie. Zashi.
Would you describe her as terrifying beyond all belief?
Yeah, just a terrifying lady beyond all belief. That's what my grandpa told me.
I believe I am aware of who you're referencing.
Yeah, I was told to bring some laundry for him, and it's in these packages. I'm sure I'm not allowed to go up there because I'm not a part of your establishment, but I got this if you could give it to him.
Of course. May I provide you with a glass of warm milk, perhaps, before you make your way back to your family's farm?
Oh, that'd be fine. Thank you so much.
Of course, a silver piece.
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I am broke right now.
Of course.
But thank you for
Here's
the offer.
some room temperature water.
Thank you so much.
Slides that across, and he'll take the package and walk towards the rooms. Being the first in the line, Zeke and Zashi, are you guys still up and talking? Is this conversation happening right now as the
During the shopping.
Okay. So you two are probably having just fallen asleep a few hours ago, about an hour ago, and there's a sharp rap at the door.
I'll sort of immediately get up and, step over to the door and open it, and Zeke fills the fucking doorway so you can't see into the room at all.
Yeah.
Looks down. Are you... What form are you in at the moment?
It's not her. It's your host. If you're on the map, I just opened the door for you, so you should be able to see it.
See that? Yeah.
A package for you, sir. Clothing of some kind for your friend.
Yeah, my shit's been rocked, and I'll take it.
Very good, sir.
Close the door. Oh, open the door. Bucket. Just sort of like hand it to him, probably a little bit.
Splashes at him.
Very good, sir.
You should be able to interact with the doors as well, if you would like
Yeah,
to
you could.
click and close and slam it as many times in his face. It just
Alright.
boom, 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 boom.
But yeah, then I'll close the door. Hey, Sparks, you awake?
What? Yeah, I'm awake.
You sort of like unwrap the clothes and like throw them at you.
She will catch them, or at least attempt to, and
He's just gonna turn around and dress himself in the corner.
She will proceed to do the same.
Sorry, I did not mean to cast that in chat.
Blows out the entire
Sorry about that.
I have a question about the prison uniform. Do they have any like markings on it?
It has your prisoner number and the symbol of the of Wolfstone Prison,
Okay.
which is the W inside the large P, and then there's a castle wall that comes up to about the midpoint of the P.
All right. I want to sort of carve out, cut out the number and the symbol, and then probably just shred the rest of the clothes.
Okay, you rip them as much as you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then pack them away.
Okay. Lucille, do you make any attempt to get into the rooms? What do? You drink your water?
I mean, she hasn't had a chance to short rest. She has no spell slots right now. So she's just been. We're trying to rest.
Find a chair in the corner then.
Yeah. I think she's finally. It's the first time she's actually been able to rest. So she probably goes to a quiet corner, and rests over there. If she's able to do a short rest, so she gets the spell slots back. That's what she'll do.
Okay. Trying to get invisibility, so then you can go out and sneak back in invisible into one of the rooms.
Fly up to the window and.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say your host does come by at one point and kind of pointedly ask you if you would like something to eat, as you've been sitting here with just your water. But you decline, and he kind of wanders back around. The lunch rush hasn't quite hit yet. And as it does, you would be finishing your short rest. I'll say everybody else at this point is halfway through their long rest.
Okay, yeah, she exits. She thanks the host for letting her stay for just to rest her legs after walking for miles. She's like, I gotta get back to the farm. Thank you so much. And she leaves, and then she casts invisibility on herself and flies up to one of the windows to the.
Roll me a D3.
Okay.
Okay, Cherie, there is a wrap outside your window.
Kind of flinch for a hot second, like approach cautiously, a dagger in hand.
You can't see anything outside your window. Then the glass knocks again, almost as if a pebble was being thrown at it.
Yeah, am I able to see Cherie at the
window?
Yeah,
you can see through it's like a glass window.
Okay, you hear in your head a very familiar voice. Hey, I am invisible. Could you please open your window so I can come inside?
You do not scare the shit out of me next time.
Wait, that's the pot calling the kettle a black. If I ever thought of it. Giggles.
Not my fault.
And then she ends the invisibility. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry. Let me turn the music down just a little bit.
I assume all has gone well.
Yeah. Did you get your clothes?
I'm not worried.
But yes, now that you guys have hunkered down a bit, the grumblings about, strange folks that have just suddenly appeared in town have died down a bit. I'd say you probably want to milk this hotel stay as long as possible before you make your debut in your new outfits. But then we can kind of carouse around, figure out your next plan of attack, and maybe we can get together and have a powwow or a discussion, and I can talk to y'all about a bit more. And she's also definitely telepathically talking, because that's, nobody can hear her then.
Well, I assume everyone needs to recuperate. I definitely recommend that we move quickly. This is going to chat quite loudly.
No. I just definitely need to let you guys know why I'm helping out, because I have no reason, as far as you can tell, to be helping you, right?
Honestly, no, but I've known fairies to be strange before.
Yeah. For the most part, we tend to be fickle fiends. But if it's alright, if it's okay with you, I don't take much space. If it's okay, I'll just chill in here until everybody's right as rain, and then we can, go see where we decide to go next.
As long as it keeps eyes off of everyone.
Also, if you could, I might doze off. Please don't, touch my wings while I'm dozing. They're very sensitive. I don't care if you touch my hair. You can even pluck one of the hair strands out, or even touch one of the flowers. Just don't touch my wings. It's really weird. And they kind of flutter nervously.
I kind of squint my eyes at you, like, are you telling me to touch your wings, or no?
No, I'm asking you not to.
Oh no, it's just sure.
Oh, you're just squinting like, yeah, I get you. You're doing the fry squint from Futurama.
All right then. I'll refrain from touching your wings.
I will give you permission to touch my wings if, after I discuss my situation with y'all, I get to do something to you. It's nothing bad, but it's a quid pro quo. You get to touch my wings, I get to do my thing after I explain my situation with y'all. Fair enough? Because I know you like touching people weird ways. It's not invasive, but still strange. Fair? And she kind of makes a funny face at him.
I suppose fair, even if it is a strange request.
It is a strange request, but it's strange times. Anyways, let's rest up. And she gets off the bed so that Cherie can take her spot, and she she takes a hammock out of her pack and quickly attaches it to like high up the ceiling and flutters up to it and just immediately conks out.
Tuck it to bed, but squint at her one more time.
Okay. Unless there's anything else you all would like to do, at around mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Cherie, Zeke, Zashi, and Panzer all finish your long rest, so you can put yourselves all back up to your full HP. You're rested, you're no longer starting to accrue exhaustion or anything like that.
Nice.
Lucille does not get a benefit of a long rest, but she does still get a short rest out of it. So,
yes, and I'm not sure if you would probably, I imagine, stay asleep, but that's entirely up to you.
Yeah, no, she would doze off. It's been a long night. She just wouldn't get the benefits of a long rest because she's running around doing errands.
Yeah.
I'm gonna creep up on her while she's sleeping and try and touch her hair.
They flutter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roll me a stealth. So you wake up and set your feet on the ground, stand up.
Quiet elf feet. Not that quiet, but...
There's a loud creak of the floorboard. So you poke an eye open. Cherie's standing just kind of in the middle of the room.
Yeah, she's like, her eyes creak open. She's like, hey, you ain't finished yet? We haven't negotiated yet. Take them paws away.
I'll find out eventually.
Yeah, you will. After we finish our TikTok.
I'll look at the floor and like, you traitor.
She giggles. You're definitely the most interesting one of everybody. Just saying. Like the tips of her ears are also kind of blushing a little bit while she's watching Sherry glare at the floor.
Does anybody come out of the room? Sashi, Zeke, Cherie, or any of you making your way out? Or are you gonna hang around as you all wake up?
Hey, Sparks. I'm feeling like I'll go and see if I can maybe get some gainful employment over at the docks, maybe on that ship.
She'll like roll over and kind of grunt in approval, but then we have those meal vouchers and we haven't eaten.
Oh, yeah.
Should we maybe eat something?
Yeah, food. Sometimes I forget about that. Yeah. You seem tired as shit. Want me to bring yours in?
What? Yeah.
Okay, you both step out into the hallway. You see that Cherie's door is still closed, but the room on the end, where Panaziver was, is open. You can see her sitting in the corner of the room here.
We'll pick up our meals.
Sure, you go, you hand over your voucher. He says,
Of course, sir. I'll bring it to your table. Be 1 moment.
Hey,
Sashi, where you gonna go? You're going over to Cherie's door?
No, I was trying to see. Well, I was just trying to see where Panaziver was. She's in the main hall.
Yeah, you don't see her in her room. So as you step out, you would see her here in the corner.
Got it. Zashi will wave to Panaziver.
She holds up a sausage on a fork and waves it at you.
And then she'll turn around and walk back and go and knock on Cherie's door.
Slowly creep open that door. One very dark eye creeping out from behind it.
You hear in your head, "Good morning," or "Good afternoon."
Morning.
Good morning. She'll, like, look up and fucking voices.
You're gonna have to get used to that.
I'll try. Anyways, Cherie, are you coming to breakfast? Well, I guess it's it dinner now?
Supper.
Supper. Second breakfast. Nice.
I don't know about you guys, but I generally consider supper to be after dinner.
In the States, it's before dinner.
Yeah, supper's a pre-dinner, or if you're having an early dinner. This is caster sugar all over again, damn it.
What are you doing with sugar made by wizards? What is this? I'll come
Adrian
try.
Spy? Bitch.
I'm going to subtle spell, disguise self, kind of change on the spot without making a sound. To not be fucking horrifying to look.
Okay. What do you choose to look like?
I came in as the old man, so
Old man again.
back to
Classic.
old man Twiggy. Kind of hunch down a little bit, put the hand on the right hip, start hobbling my way out.
Okay.
She will murmur, I don't like this one.
In Zashi's head, you hear Marcel. The inn manager, he don't know that I'm in here, so I'm gonna linger up here, and then I'll come outside and come in as myself without fairy wings. You'll see, you'll spot me when I come in. as a patron, but I don't got no money now, so
God.
that'll be
Yeah, I
fun.
think I can. Yeah, context clues.
All right, so I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right.
Zeke, you walk over. Pan's already eating. It's a hearty plate of stew, bread, and cheese, and a side of sausages. Yours is brought over. Shortly after, Cherie, you hand over your meal tickets. Asha, you do the same. You all make your way over to the table, and the food is brought out fairly quickly. Like, you know, tavern food, it is basically pre-made in the back, and they just ladle it out and bring it to you. And your host says,
If there's anything else, you all know where to find me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm bringing her out to the hallway, but she goes outside through the window, floats down, takes and Hydra weaves with this guy's help, and comes into the front door as she did last time.
I thought you said you were gonna go and finish your long rest because you haven't slept
okay.
in.
Okay.
No, I'm just asking. Is that what you meant? Is that still what you're going to do?
No, because I mean, unless you think I should for exhaustion's sake.
What's your con?
12. You know what? I'm gonna
So
make her
plus
roll.
1, so you can go. So you can go 2 days before you start to accrue points.
Yeah,
So you're
she's not gonna worry.
you're
about
halfway through the second day. So long as you sleep tonight, you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. She's
Okay.
not gonna do long rest today.
All right, then you probably just come out with everybody else. Yeah, essentially the same time. Come back in. You can go over to the table. You look like this other form of yourself.
Without the wings, basically. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
All right. You all sit down. Everyone but Lucelle enjoying a nice meal.
if it's okay with one of you, just so I don't draw the ire of the host, can I get a small plate with
Oh, of course,
toast
sweetie.
to
You
nibble at?
could borrow some money from Grandpa.
Reaches into her pocket and puts 5 gold on the table and slides it over towards you.
Oh.
Go Pans.
Panzer, you're such a lady. Thank you so kindly.
She's already eating again.
She takes.
You detect a smile.
Yeah. She's got 5 gold again. That's nice. She's gonna go to the bar, to the innkeeper and to the tavern guy. Fuck his name.
Still haven't asked his name.
Always
Yeah.
asked his name. This tavern man.
She goes up to the counter. She's like, "Excuse me, sir. What's your name?"
I go by Minster.
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 Minster. Hey, Minster. Can I get a breakfast, please, so I can eat with my friends?
Of course. We are no longer serving breakfast.
Oh.
This is the pre-dinner.
I'm sorry.
Or prinner, as we call it locally.
It's. I've been working real hard, and I got my time.
Imagine the
confused in my
opposite
head.
of brunch.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, I will have that, please. That sounds delightful. How
Of
much would that
course.
cost?
3 silver pieces.
All right, and she puts down one of the gold pieces. Could you break that, please?
He pulls out a giant ham. No, he takes it and gives you back 7 silver.
Thank you so much, sir.
And then you hear the gold coin shatter into pieces in his pocket. Yeah, he comes over a few minutes later with your food.
Cool. And so while people are eating, she's nibbling at her food, and she's talking to them, I guess, telepathically. So this is actually a good time to. I think y'all feeling better now.
Yeah.
Much
Alright.
better.
How the
See-
clothes? Like,
He just completely disregarded table manners, picked up his plate, and basically just poured it into his mouth. And put it back down.
so he's eating like the
Jesus
beast.
Christ, you big moose.
He's eating like the beast in Beauty and the Beast.
No, I don't think he's. I don't think he's like picking. He just picks up the plate, opens it, pours it in. And fucking shoot.
He's still gonna fill up your cheeks and more.
Wash a moose.
And Lucelle projects the image of a moose in your head, and it makes him.
Oh god.
That's a weird looking dude.
Nah, then she like imagines like you next to the moose.
Oh boy, that's pretty good.
Yeah. She's like, so yeah, I spent all my gold getting you guys in here and getting you clothes. So you're in a good position now to plan your escape. But yeah, so here's the situation. You killed my meal ticket. So that bunny guy that you
Just
know
Miles killed
fed to
him.
this. No, you killed him. You could have
No,
dragged his ass out of the
I-
cave.
I could have, but he was too stubborn.
Yeah, you're both stubborn idiots. You contributed to his demise, so you killed him too. He killed himself, but you killed him too. That's how it works. I was watching the whole fucking thing. You helped kill him. All right.
I just didn't do nothing.
By choosing not to pull him out, you helped kill him. All right.
That reminds me of a thing someone told me about it.
By definition, didn't do nothing.
Something. I never
Regardless, in my perspective, you killed my entertainment factor. Okay, I am
I
not.
politely disagree.
I don't give a
No,
fuck.
I didn't politely disagree. But continue.
Anyways, I could have.
I didn't find him that entertaining.
You don't, but my clan, my kin back in the Feywild do. And basically, I am doing like a documentary following this idiot's Yahoo doing bullshit, right? Okay. He was endless source of amusement for my folk. And because they had their privileges revoked for visiting the material plane, I am allowed to be a format that lets them enjoy the material plane vicariously.
How's you? You writing it down?
Huh?
You writing shit down, or
No, it's a lot more complex than that.
bullshit?
It's magic bullshit. Yes, very, very, very magic bullshit. And basically, I'm going to be using you to replace him as my subjects for entertaining my family. And basically, it's nothing intrusive. Basically, you do go about what as you normally are, and just let me tag along and observe. And I'm helping you because you was all fucked otherwise, or at least you were in a bad way. You could have been in a much worse way, but I helped you out, as you can see. I helped you when you were. Huh?
Just don't appreciate it. I still don't trust you because uses weird
fine.
That shit.
Yeah, no. Please, I implore you, don't trust me because my clan is they're with the Queen of Air and Darkness. They're the fate. They're with not bad. They're with the opposing faction to the lighter side, I guess, the more positive aspect of things. It's a complex thing. Emotions are crazy things, man. In fact, I think you get along just fine with him, considering that you're a fucking cannibal.
Look, it's about scaring the folks. I don't actually do it recreationally.
But you do it for work. That makes you a fucking cannibal, my friend.
Yeah, but like not regularly.
So you just do it a little bit. Okay, you're still a fucking cannibal. I'm sorry, my friend. Anyways, regardless, my offer is I tag along with you. I continue to help you, and I get to observe you guys doing what you do best, causing all kinds of crazy havoc. And my only request is occasionally I get to do the telepathy thing, but a little more in depth, where I copy a memory and submit it using a ritual to my family so they can watch it on their big ass TV screen or their big ass mental screen thing where they share the memory to observe and go woo and ah on their side. It's very non-intrusive. It's basically like we're copying a little snippet of what you see from your perspective. It's very fun, basically.
Did you say TV? You might want to get tested.
It's a weird magic thing. It was originally named after Travala's Victor, but it's kind of hard to explain. I was making an analog for you.
I'm pretty
I don't know about
sure
that.
I'm pretty sure that's a disease. I heard about a TB.
I'm sorry, Sylvan is weird to translate.
I heard it makes your dick soft.
And if you go all the way from B to V, I'm pretty sure V's like way on. That's like real bad.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
go back.
Well, regardless, I use magic to copy down memories of things that happen in the material plane to share with a bunch of very crazy, very effective pixies that will fuck you up if they come back to the material plane and don't get their fix of enjoying the material plane, because they used to come here for centuries, and then we got in so much trouble because of all the havoc we were doing that we got our privileges revoked by the Queen of Very Darts herself. And
Wait, so we need to help you entertain them because they can't come here.
yes,
But if we, then they will come here, but they can't. I don't get it.
no, if you don't help me out with this, I get sent back, and then they get very, very bad. It gets bad, and some of them will act out, and you will feel the fallout for it because you contributed to the demise of the one steam let off of it for all the pent
Yeah.
off. It's you basically caused a diplomatic incident for the material plane of the Feywild for this particular region. I'm sorry.
Look,
Them's the
I
breaks.
mean, I don't really care
Oh,
for a bunch of
I don't really care.
Pixie Sleepy vibe.
Yeah, it's not like I said. It's like basically, you're familiar with like murder coliseums and shit. People like that shit here because they're crazy, right?
No,
What are you talking about, Mr. Cannibal? You love that shit. You're super violent.
I mean, yeah, to scare
Yeah?
the shit out of people, but
Oh,
like,
what? So you think all violent people know each other? Okay.
I mean, I only have a limited perspective, but most of my experience is by watching people in prisons and murderers. So, regardless,
Look, when folks
there's-
is trying to murder me, I murder them. That's how
Yeah.
I'm done with.
yeah, basically, this particular part of the material plane is very notorious because it's always got like wars happening on it, and my clan really likes it here because they like to observe that shit or just contribute to it sometimes. And regardless, because they got their rights revoked, they were really enjoying watching that bunny boy because he was a mess, and is the kind of mess they really liked watching. And because he's no longer around, I got to find somebody else. And you guys, you're not really as much of a mess as he was, but you are very good at what you do, which is create all kinds of discord. And that's the kind of shit that I think they'll enjoy. So I was wondering maybe I could tag along with you, and I'll be, like I said, I'm not just gonna like let you guys eat all kinds of shit. I'm gonna help you out if that's all right, and that's all I'm asking for.
But I do not mind having an audience so long as they do not interfere.
Yeah, they're not gonna fuck with you. That's the thing. If you share your thoughts, share these occasional memories, like once every few nights, maybe more if they get really popular. And like I said, it's not obtrusive. Just takes a few minutes of time.
From ground rules. Here.
Yeah, it just takes a few moments of time, and I'll be the one head to take care of that. They'll be happy, and that's all we need.
First things first, consent.
Yeah,
Very important.
that's it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna sneak up and like take your thoughts in your sleep or whatever. I'm gonna ask you. Yeah, I'm gonna exactly. I don't want you to unalive me. I want you to take care of this on your own time. Anyways, that's the bargain. That's the deal. And like I said, this is all happening in telepathy.
I'll look over to Cherie. I guess that's 2 votes for yes. How do you feel?
I'm fine with it.
Panzipper. Oh wait, sorry. I hope I didn't cut you off there.
I was just going to say, though, there are a few things I may still keep private.
Oh yeah. Seriously, they don't want to see nothing like private. They want to see people get murdered. They want to see you guys doing all kinds of crazy chaos where you're fucking
They want
people
to.
up.
So basically, mostly battle footage.
Yeah,
Maybe
pretty much.
Somebody does
Pretty
something
much.
cool in a
Yeah.
role play scenario.
Yeah,
what's
exactly.
role play? I don't know. I don't know what
Yeah.
that is.
The kind of shit where something crazy happens because of some unexpected circumstance of like you bullshitting somebody out of their life savings, or you putting them in a situation where they die in a stupid situation, stuff like that. Where somebody dies and it's kind of funny but also really really sad. Stuff like that. That kind of shit.
Man, you people are weird.
I know, right? It's kind of funny.
I lean over the banners of it. Use it. You use apprehensive about this. Is that all right?
She'll nod.
I'm with you.
I mean, you're already like murdering people anyways, right? Or at least killing violent creatures. And that's actually okay too. They don't mind it. They actually like it when you kill them.
She nodded when you said murdering people.
Looking at what? She fucks with you wrong. I will bisect.
Please, can you stop threatening to kill me? I promise. Have I done anything that's warranted you having to threaten me with death and dismemberment?
I ain't threatening you.
That's
Yes, you
that's
are.
just kind of his personality. I don't know what to tell you.
I know that it's just your personality, but could you stop it, please? I've established that I've been very beneficial to you multiple times.
I
Days now.
that if you become detrimental to us, I will become detrimental to your existence.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And then if you kill me like that, one, my family's gonna love that shit. But then the next person's gonna come and it's gonna be worse than me because they're gonna be ready for that bullshit. And then if you keep doing that, more favors are gonna come and they're just gonna make your life live in hell before you die. So just a heads up, man. It's not gonna end well for you. Just a heads up.
All right. I understand the need to swing dicks around, but
I don't
we
give a fuck
also
about it.
need to swing ropes around and stuff. AKA, we need a boat, and she'll
Yeah.
bring the boat back around with her mage hand.
See. So, just to be clear, y'all have shit all on understanding of ships, yeah?
Yeah, I just know how to ride in them as a passenger. As far as running them, no. I mean, I could learn. I'm intelligent enough to do that, but as far as knowing stuff now,
This is gonna be a little rough, but is it? You no idea how to do ship shit?
2 thumbs down.
Shit. Alright. Well,
I read a book about a sailor once.
I guess
something Richard.
Oh,
I mean, I know some Sylvan drunken sea shanties, but that's about it.
that is not helpful.
No, it ain't, but it's fun.
That is subjective. Alright. Alright. My bad. I got a couple ideas I think I mentioned. But all of them end up with us on a ship with nobody else. I would like that. Are we all amenable to that situation?
it can be worked out, yes.
Yes, I say we strike under the cover of night.
Right.
As I
As-
said before, I'm just here to tag along and help.
Go ahead. That is understood. You may cease speaking. Alright. Because I have the most experience, I will be the captain of this ship.
Pens ever makes a swaggery head motion.
Based on how shit goes as we're getting out there, I would assign your roles as to your aptitudes for things. Along those lines, as for how we get this shit, I believe we have chosen. Did we see the name on the side of the ship?
You did not.
I believe we have chosen one. It is simply a matter of how we get there. I have a couple options. Either we sneak on there, just make off within the night. I feel like that's going to be a little difficult. Might make a little noise. But I think we can do it. Next option, we hop in some boxes. They put us on board. Once we're out at sea, We pop out, Jack in the Box, knock him overboard. We go off to our thing.
Pendizifer plucks one of the paper people off of the passing boat that's still floating around your heads, puts it in one of the cups, and turns the cup over.
If they're cool, we can give them a lifeboat. Or dump them on an island. I don't know. Or we could go a little more up front. Apply as employees to the ship for shipping or sailing or whatever they may need. And then we go on and advise them to disembark while we are at sea. So we got 1, just steal the damn thing. 2, impersonate cargo. 3, become gainfully employed for a very short period of time. Watch people vote.
Are any of us particularly sneaky? I'm worried about Panzifer.
Pendizifer puts both her hands up, and she's got the number 2 up. She's like, "Let's go, sneaky plan."
Also, very sneaky. I can make myself invisible. And actually, I can make several people invisible. And 2, I can disguise myself as somebody on the ship. And I can fly. So I can make myself visible, fly to the crow's nest, and hide up there until we're ready to disembark. So, and I can talk without making noise. Talking to your head.
Sounds like a
So,
sneaky plan.
I'm amenable wherever you need me.
I'm gonna need votes. While we do it. 1, 2.
Pendizifer is
Got
doing
it.
exactly what I'm doing with the 2.
Understood, Sid. Getting in the box.
I think the stealth plan sounds good. Sounds fine.
How much reticence is showing on your face, Ashi?
I don't think much. I think she is just mostly worried about passing stealth checks or whatever that means in her mind.
If you are uncertain, perhaps we could do a little bit of a mix 'em up where a couple of yous hop in boxes and maybe me and one of the others, or maybe just me, are outside boxes and do the gainful employment route. And I will do my best to ensure that I am carrying whatever box, whichever one of you who is hiding is in. Or I will try to carry all of them if that is a possibility. But
I could make somebody smaller.
how much smaller? Like pocket size?
Yeah, about half their size.
Can you get
Um,
real tiny already?
Me, I can make myself real tiny. But that's not an issue because I can just make myself invisible and fly, but I can't make myself invisible and make somebody tiny. I would need to make them tiny first, and wait until you get on board the ship, and then I'd have to make myself, and wait until you get into position, and then they would have to get hiding, and then I could get to the ship.
Twiggy, you ain't voted yet.
I'm down for the sneaky plan, but it also guarantees that we don't have to worry about supplies.
Let them do the work for us, I say. Sounds good. Now, what we need for this is we need to know when they are leaving. We need to know how many people are going to be on that boat. And we need to know who is loading the boat. and what boxes they are loaded. Who can get me that information? Please do that.
I will say it's not. It's coming upon night now, so they've all probably gone home from work.
It's
Right?
like late afternoon, early evening. Yeah, like the dinner crowd is coming in right now. But you know, at least the main docks will be open late into the night, from what Lucelle's talked to you about. I mean, you guys saw that even crack ass in the morning, people were moving around. Not even just the main dock, but also the private dock and the dry dock there. So they're fairly busy all hours around. You don't know the exact hours that the dock offices carry, but you can probably assume or infer something.
I'm thinking that I may be a good prospective employee given my physicality and my experience with nautical matters. I'm thinking we ought to go to the dock office and see if they have any postings for jobs. Or we go directly to the ship. We ask them what's going on with that. And
I feel like if we're still looking to go and get a smaller boat at the private dock or whatever it is, I feel like going straight there would probably be better.
let's do that.
You'd be dealing with people individually.
And I reckon we get a couple of the crew of that ship. Ideally, also whoever's in charge, really drunk tonight, just to lubricate, make it a little smoother.
Pendaziver like taps an imaginary watch and then goes like mimes the passage of day and night, and she
Yeah.
kind of shakes her head.
Not tonight.
She kind of fumbles for a minute, and she
Yes.
like cues you up to say tonight again,
Yeah, tonight. Got it.
and she pushes the boat out on a little flood of water across the
Yeah.
table.
I'm in
Yes.
with that because we should not be forgetting that we still have folk on our tail. Or on my tail. I guess I'm the only one who has tail.
Yeah, she makes like the
Hey.
Yeah. Then yeah, that's it. You should be on my arm or something. All right.
she'll stand up from the table.
Let's get going. Oh, and folks, we should be burning our old accoutrement.
Yeah, most of you have bags. I assumed you put your
Yeah.
old uniforms in there. You retrieve your stuff, make your way out of the tavern. You guys can do whatever you want with that. It is early evening. There is a steady stream of people making their way to the market, the barracks, the pair of inns. A few people start wandering in your direction. But you blend fairly well into the crowd. As you start making your way over, you see the main dock with the many large ships there. Most of them 3 or 4 masted with several sets of sails above them, crewed by dozens of people.
So, as we go along, before we get inside of them, we gotta decide who's in boxes and who's carrying. I think I should be carrying.
I agree with that.
All y'all seem like maybe hiding would be your best bet, but if you have a different preference, please do make it known.
I was gonna be invisible, and I was just gonna fly into a hiding spot on board the ship without having to worry about hiding in a box.
I keep fucking forgetting about fucking magic. God damn.
So that's one less person to carry into the boat.
Yes, it is. All right. Yeah, that works. And I will, yeah.
And since I am casting the invisibility at a higher level, I can actually make somebody else invisible instead of box. So if the box is investigated, when they look inside, it'll look like they're not in there. That way, at least they have an extra layer of protection.
Yeah,
if that's
maybe
okay.
shit on top of you also.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will go and I will see where these folks are looking for any extra assistance.
So yeah, just let me know when we're ready to undertake the heist, and I will cast invisibility when we're ready to do that. Just good for an hour.
Be personable, but if anyone would be willing to assist me, would be appreciated. I'm a little rusty.
Try to help you out.
You may wish to do your magic changey bullshit. I think you will be more help when you are different in appearance to your normal self. No offense.
Presumed as much. I already have enough looks from you as it is.
And just get a story straight. Who are we?
Well, Silas brought in on that new noble ship. Up the Jonesy.
I
Sensible.
confused. Is you thinking we just walk in and begin acting as employees? Or because I was thinking we go up and say, hey, do you need a hand? I work for you at a reasonable price.
I've always found in life that if you act like you're supposed to be there, people do question you.
That may be the case, but if we are actually supposed to be there, then we will not need to act like it.
It's air confidence. How sure of yourself could you?
That depends what situation we in.
One, making sure we get each other out to sea.
I'm mildly apprehensive, but if you think it is best and you will to back me up, then I will go with it. But looking at the size of this ship, the size of the crew, not big, and me, I will be noticed.
Going by that logic, then we should probably smaller ship.
No, this is the small. I'm saying there's only about 5 folk loading this ship, and one more is a lot more than just. Did you get my meaning?
So assisting you and trying to get you on the ship?
Yeah, just be my wingman, I guess, for employment. I don't.
Hey, Sherry, he wants you to be his foil so he looks better when he's trying to get hired on.
Yeah, that. I ain't ever had many legitimate jobs, so. But I heard something like a reference or some shit. Just back me up.
In Sherry's head, she hears, "You're gonna have to work real hard to get past his bloodlust to make him look real nice because he likes to get in fights easy, I think.
I think
Yeah, and I'll sort of just dust myself up, make sure that I'm looking appropriate.
As presentable as possible.
Yeah, presentable, but not like fancy or anything. Not that I
Sure.
would be with the clothing that I'm in, but like appropriate for a sailor looking for work.
Yeah.
Largely unremarkable apart from my large size and strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Okay. You leave the other three behind in an alley a few streets over. Shri, you adjust your appearance as you step out of the alley. What do you look like?
especially going for the dock workers, probably one that I might have seen that might have been not really a taskmaster, but a superior. A little bit.
High or low for favorable results.
And as we're doing this,
Hello.
folks, maybe try and get yourselves inside some crates. Ideally, ones that are going to be put onto the ship, if you can swing it that way. But otherwise, I will do my best.
Mhm. And yes, I did say low.
Okay. No, I know you said low, yeah. Alright. You two make your way over. You can see this is the ship that you guys have singled out. You can see that despite it being quitting time for a lot of the dock workers, a lot of the day laborers that are working on working at the dry dock, are having a shift changeover. There's quite a few people. It seems like these blue and green uniform people are steady at it. They are still unloading things, though it seems like they are whatever they have now is much heavier, and it's taking two of them at a time to carry these large crates down. You can see one sort of standing vigil here, about 40 feet away from the warehouse that you saw them loading into before. There's another one on deck besides the two that are currently walking with this heavy crate. You can also see guards for the town standing relatively close.
Looking at this, is it like this guy who seems to be in charge? Or-
No, you don't see these blue guys interacting with anybody but each other.
In which case, I'll start approaching this guy, and I'll sort of make myself, obvious, so I'm not sneaking up on him.
Sure.
Hey, excuse me, sir.
One moment, where I'm keep this path clear. And
No,
he steps
of course.
forward as they come by with a large crate.
Oh, yeah. I like step aside.
Masterfully done.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you have a moment, my good sir.
Spare a shake of a lamb's tail. I'm gonna help.
All right.
I'm sorry. What can the core accords do for you today?
The core accords,
Of course.
my friend. It is not the company, it is the man who I'm speaking to. And I hold out my paw. And
Sergeant Shadwell.
give him a firm shake. Well,
Former Faerun National Army.
well, thank you for your service, and I might ask you how I may serve you, as it seems these boxes here are rather heavy, and as you can see, I am a man of considerable stature and strength, and I'm looking for employment.
I 100% can understand that. I'm not from here, but I do know that the dry dock is always hiring, and the main docks, they're always taking on new hands, all types of ships. Unfortunately, the core accords, we pride ourselves on our lengthy recruitment process. If you'd like some of the forms, I could see about setting you up with an interview when we return in a few days. This is just the first half of our shipment that we brought in.
Oh, I'm sure you can use some extra hand loading things on. You don't need to break your backs entirely. We know full well that, just good faith and all, not looking to exhaust you entirely.
I rightly understand it's some very, very precious cargo. It'd be my ass on the line. If anything happens that somebody let somebody outside in, you understand.
I understand that, but looking at those folks over there, and I sort of nod up to the people carrying the heavy ass box.
They come back, both of them are rubbing their necks.
Yeah, I mean, like, come on. We can help you speed it up and they can keep eyes on it.
I also feel like that you may be taking a bigger risk having these folk carrying it with their solar and less capable arms. They have been working quite hard from what I understand. And I am quite happy to help. I am happy to work at a relatively modest fee. I simply require gainful employment. I'm sure I have some sort of something, some sort of fund for assistance and the like.
Guarantee you're not going to find a stronger back.
Yes, I assure you I am quite capable, and I'm a man of my word.
Give me a persuasion with advantage from Shuri helping.
Alrighty.
Look, I really would like to help. I would. I understand, and you've got a recommendation of a ship captain. He glances at you, Shuri, a little bit confused.
In this direction.
Look, here's what I can do. We gotta take these off the ship. We're responsible of them until they hit dry land, according to my contract. I'll do this for you. I can't let you on the ship, can't do anything about that, but that's our warehouse right there. I want you to swing the doors wide open, and we'll stack the boxes on the ground here. You carry them the last 40 feet, and you make sure that we keep the entrance clear and keep it separate from the rest of the boxes. And he points, they'll walk over and point to the other side where you can see freshly packed crates for everything that we're going to be loading up in the morning. If you can help, if we can get finished before they'll look up, say hour past dusk, give you a gold for your trouble. More than fair for a day's wages. And it's not even gonna be a whole day.
That's perfectly fair.
Mm-hmm.
I miss the sea, to be honest. I have not been out on it in a little bit, and if you would deign to allow me onto your ship, I will be no trouble. I am quite capably trained in the running of such a fine vessel, and I would be happy to forfeit that gold payment in exchange for transit to a place with more job opportunities.
That is unfortunate, not my say. I'm sergeant of the detail on guard, but my boss is my employer for this. He's the CEO. I can't just greenlight somebody on the boat without talking. We'd be more than happy to use you while you're here. If you're still in town when we come back, I'll be sure to check up with you. You live me your process, but we'll leave you if you can be in charge of the warehouse for right now. Give you your gold when you're done. You can lock up for us, and we'll be on our way.
I understand. You seem like a decent enough man. You would like to help, but I understand your hands are tied. Just to be perfectly clear, I assume your employer is not present, and I am unable to find and negotiate with them.
You'd be able to find him at the corner cabin if you can get in. And he kind of looks at your clothing a little bit. I don't mean to be rude.
No, I'm not.
They've
There's
got a bit of a
reason
dress code.
why for work.
No, I'd be happy to help you get back on your feet. Do you mind if I ask what you're in town for? I ain't seen no Leonin ship. Any colors there? You're not a pirate, are you?
No, I've had many things that have been. I've been around.
Kind of spoke up to the wrong person, and they pulled a few extra strings to get him in trouble.
Yeah, well, it wasn't.
Wasn't the prettiest, but he's still.
I don't like to speak ill of the man, but he was. I can't recall. I'm not a bookish fellow, but I seem to recall he must have been, I don't know, embezzling or something, and I tried to tell on him, and he got me fired. So.
Give me.
I'll.
You are trying to deceive him. Is
Yeah.
there any difference between your persuasion and your deception?
No.
Okay, then give me a deception. I will. Sure, he didn't help you during that monologue, but I will say that her influence still carries. Give me deception advantage still.
Okay.
Okay. Look, I've been there. Here, I'll get you some of those papers. You wait right here, and then I'll show you how we organize. I appreciate your coming over. And it looks towards you, still not knowing what to call you, Cherie. I'll take it here with. What was it? Did you give him your real name? I apologize.
I just said Zeke.
Zeke. And I'll take a good Zeke here and show him around.
Appreciate it. I'll be sure to keep everyone away.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Sorry.
I just said appreciate it. Thank you.
You head off to go grab the other four. You're not right here on the map, but I'm just putting you guys here so that you see it. Cherie, you can tell them that Zeke's ability to get y'all on, or at least into the crates that'll be loaded in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
And that he'll probably have to be in one as well. He was only hired to help unload at this point. What are you guys gonna go and try and get near the warehouse? Zeke, you get started loading these crates in, and you can very clearly tell by the divider, and Sergeant Shadwell goes into detail about these crates are for tomorrow. Don't stack them near these ones. You have to put these ones in and they're like these cages that you are putting these heavy boxes into, and every time you fill up a cage, you have to go and get him, and he'll come and lock that cage.
Yeah. Okay.
But the supplies being loaded on tomorrow are not in these cages. They're all stacked on the opposite side in what is very clearly like a loading bay.
Yeah. And I'll just sort of ask for more clarification, what's the dry goods, what's the wet goods, which is, is anything fragile, is anything, is anything dangerous?
You're told not dangerous. It's not a good, as you would call it, but be treated like it was pretty fragile. They're worth a pretty penny.
Just to get an idea, is it glass? You don't need to tell me what's in it. Just, is it glass? Is it
Clay.
what? Clay. Okay. Like fired clay, so it'll.
Above my pay grade. Treated like porcelain.
I got it. Understood.
Okay, so Zeke, there's like a back door if you would like to try and leave open or something like that, that you can do. But you guys basically have free reign to describe to me your again, heist of getting yourselves into the boxes in the loading bay, as the four of you need to all get in. So what is the plan? Someone, like Ocean's 11 style, tell me the plan, and then afterwards we'll do the rolls to resolve it.
I would like to, but I want to make sure everyone else has the opportunity to add. So does anyone else have a plan or an idea, or would you like me to lead it?
Well, I mean, easy enough, especially since I have to keep people away. I would imagine Lucille could see me. I could talk into her head of, like, yes, go, no, like, green light, red light, of when shit looks the most clear.
Yeah.
And then how are you gonna get in after that, Shri?
Pretty much like I'm doing paperwork, because they said they want us to lock up, so I'll take that and make sure that, you know, I'm the one closing up, but also...
I did have a thought. Lucille can both fly, turn invisible, and communicate telepathically.
It's true.
So,
You're muted, Flinks.
what if they are basically keeping an eye out and telepathically sending messages to us from effectively being our eye in the sky?
Yeah.
While they're invisible.
Yeah.
and
The other thing
that's
she can
what's
do is towards the end, when somebody else who can't get on, who's not on a box, has to get on the ship, she can make them visible too.
If
So
there's...
yeah, she can help out with coordinating.
The other question is there, air quote, a window for this warehouse, or is it completely sealed?
There is a window, but it has bars.
You have one.
This. Remember that this is the warehouse that has like an iron reinforced door. You don't know it, but there are the cages inside. It looks like a fairly high security place, especially if there are going to be people on watch based on their behavior right now. Like there's a knight standing not 40 feet from the entrance while all this loading is happening. So you're going to be working against them to sneak in. I'll say with Zeke's help, with Zeke and Lucelle's help, you guys will all have advantage on this group stealth check. That I'll say just the four of you, Zeke, since you're loading. Why don't you give me an athletics to like do all as like as a performance of like keeping his attention. For feats of strength, would you like to use your once per session?
Yeah. No, fucking.
I'll give him my once per.
You give Zeke your once per, okay?
Again.
No.
It was meant to be.
Just the 11 then.
Yeah, you're having a little bit of trouble, Zeke, and this guy does notice.
God, these fucking. There's no handles on this shit.
I told you they're fucking heavy. He'll come over and he'll help you with a couple of the boxes, which also leads him to turning his back to the warehouse as he walks back out with you a few times, which is when Lucelle can give the go. So I'm gonna have the rest of you all roll stealth for me. And I'll roll for Panda Zipper.
With so roll stealth with advantage.
Yes, you all have advantage.
Would I be rolling? Since I was just kind of keeping people away at the moment.
Oh yeah, since
It's up to you.
Oh my god.
You do have that 19. That's up to you, Shuri. You do have this opportunity to get in as you're doing this. You don't know. I mean, this guy didn't hire you to help load the stuff, so it's up to you. You're disguised as somebody who works at the dry dock, not somebody who works at this warehouse. You know.
Yeah, I'll try and slip in while I can.
Okay. We'll also have advantage. Alrighty. As you all make your way in, you know that there are several large cases that are marked wine, which are packed with straw and wine bottles, which are easy enough to shunt to the sides so that they are less protected by the straw, but will fit each of you medium or small creatures into one of them. As each of you crawl in, Lucille, you're the last one to zip in, and as you do, you accidentally are enjoying yourself a little bit too much, and you let out a
Yeah.
which causes the sergeant's head to whip around as he looks back, but he
You
doesn't
hear
see
something?
anything as you're still invisible. Sorry, what?
You hear something there, Sarge?
Yeah, I thought I heard a damn kid running around, just keeping an eye out.
Yeah.
He makes his way over. The door to the rear is closed, but he jiggles it. He says, "Unlocked," of course, and he locks it. And comes back. All right, help me out.
Yeah.
And you guys spend the rest of the day until it is nightfall, packing boxes into these cages, locking them, and moving back out. As the night comes to an end, or your project comes to an end, the last crate is set out by you. You load it into the cage. The knight locks up the door and he says, "All right, I gotta go on the boat. Rendezvous with everybody. Here's your payment." Ting flips you a gold coin, and he says, "Now make yourself scarce. I don't wanna, see you around. I don't want to get in trouble. If I see you around in the morning, that's fine, but just don't hang around here. I'm gonna be on guard duty, and then we're gonna have a rotation not too long. So, I don't want you getting shot. You're a big feller. Look real scary coming out of an alley."
I'll try to stay obvious, and if you don't mind, I'm just gonna have a little bit of a smoke. I'm a little bit sore. Those boxes are much heavier than they look.
Sure.
I'll also take out my pipe.
Okay, he walks away from the closed door, knowing that if you had to unlatch it, it would be loud enough that he would be able to hear even on the ship. But you kick the doorstop in, and the door is just barely open. You light your smoke, back up a little bit towards the door. Give me a stealth advantage to slip inside and into a crate. You have about a 2-3 minute window.
Stealth. Good.
18 beats passive perceptions. Very nice. You are all packed into crates inside of the ship. As you pull the lid back down on yourself, Zeke, you hear a couple minutes later as the loud ka-chunk of the door being locked from the outside. And you all sit in the darkness of these packed crates for the night. Due to being outside of line of sight, your telepathy is not able to reach each other. Do you guys talk at all, or are you just trying to keep as quiet and as still all night as possible? Do any of you sleep?
Yeah, Lucille does a long rest finally.
Okay.
She's exhausted.
Time to meditate, relax. Even if it is pitch black and enclosed in the dark, she feels very comfortable here.
I'm definitely rested, but not sleeping.
Okay.
Same.
Actually, Nate,
Yes.
Lucille, before she signs off for the night, she does do her encode thoughts cantrip, and then she sets up. She uses her druidcraft to make like Toad's little circle inside of her crate, and then she does her ritual of submission of entertainment to submit her memory of the fight with the guards escaping the forest.
Okay. Very cool.
So yeah, she's sitting inside, and she's small, so she's actually got a lot of space, and so the toadstools just start going whoop, 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 all around her, and as she pulls the thought string out, she's holding it like a little garland in this little circle of toadstools, and it starts to glow, and the fey energy like leaks out of the box through the cracks and lights up the inside, the interior of the warehouse, and suddenly there's a sudden just bright flash, and then the thought strand disappears.
High or low for favorable results?
Boy.
Always high.
Okay.
Booyah!
Okay. You hear, what was that? And then somebody else replies, must have been rats. And the night passes without incident. It is early in the morning, with the very, very faint fingers of light starting to come through the cracks of your crates. When you hear the door outside unlock, it says, "All right, he wants everything loaded before the sun's all the way up, so we can get out on the water and get back to that temple." And one of them hears, "Are you gonna let me touch that rock this time?" And they begin bickering about whether or not touching a mysterious artifact in something called the temple, is a good idea or not. One at a time, you are each picked up and carried to the ship. I'm going to have everybody roll a con save to stay silent as you are jostled about inside of the crate. Wow, everybody's doing very well. Can I get Cherie? Okay, everybody passes. A few of you take a wine bottle to the elbow or to the face, but you, despite the jostling of the crates, you are all loaded onto the ship. And a less than an hour later, you hear the ship begin creaking and swaying as it becomes underway, and you pull off of the dock, as far as you're all aware. You guys can't talk, so I will assume that before leaving, you all discussed how long you would wait on this ship before jumping out.
I'm
Yeah.
basically waiting to hear Zeke pop out because I assume he has a time estimate in his mind.
Yeah, Zeke's plan is essentially wait till like definitely an hour or so that we're pretty far from land, and ideally at night.
So you guys are you're gonna try and wait a whole day then in here.
I don't know. I guess we would have discussed it beforehand. Does anyone else have any particular feelings about that?
I can wait a day.
And based on what I know about shipping routes and that kind of thing in this area, how, like, would a day get us too close to a city or anything like that?
Not from here. I mean, it depend. If it was a larger and faster ship, perhaps. It doesn't. You're not sure exactly where they're sailing. If they wanted to, they could probably make it to one of the nearest cities, which are either Newfort or Contestiva, on the two closest continents, within a day. But from what they talked about, they're not going to somewhere on land. And they talked about going and coming back in a few days. So at least going somewhere and coming back takes more than a day, is what you can infer. You don't really know. They don't seem like they're a regular shipping ship.
I think we'll probably do like 4 hours.
Okay.
I think.
So you're well out of the...
Yeah. So that we couldn't be seen, like, from the island.
Okay. You all wait in your boxes. I'll give you all this one chance. Is anybody more impatient? Does anyone get tired of being in a box or claustrophobic?
Lucille gets very impatient, and she casts Speak with Animals on herself and starts listening for any animals that are in the vicinity, like rats or other vermin critters.
This is a pretty nice ship. High or low, but it's only a 25% chance.
High.
Okay. No, you don't hear anything.
Okay.
Maybe the faintest cause of seagulls, but from what you can tell, you are below deck.
Gotcha. Next thing she's gonna do is she is bored. This is boring. She's
You're in
going
a
to
wine crate. Bring some wine.
She doesn't like alcohol. And she's going to use Druidcraft and make some flowers start sprouting from the outside of the box.
Okay. You begin doing that. Zeke, as you are in the crate next to her, you can hear the faint murmurings of verbal components, as well as the creaking and cracking of wood, almost like you can hear the roots start pushing through the wood as they pop the lid up a little bit.
I'll just sort of whisper it. Shh. Shh. Shut up.
You hear in her head, it's boring. So boring. Can we kill them already? Fuck.
Murder fairy.
Yeah, and I'll definitely wait till we are like we're not hearing anything in this deck.
Okay. I'll say, unless anyone else wants to do anything, you successfully do that. You can hear what sounds like a single set of footsteps moving around on this level, and 3 or 4 more moving around above deck.
All right. Yeah, I will. These crates aren't nailed shut or anything; they're just loose lids, basically.
They were nailed shut. It's up to you guys whether or not you like pull them all the way back down or not. I assumed you did to be stealthy, but
yeah, I think probably like they should be removable without.
They're definitely looser. You're gonna need to carefully lift it off yourself.
Right.
It's awkward because you're crunched up. Yeah.
Yeah, I will do that.
Okay.
Do the
Sure. Give me a stealth or a sleight of hand, whichever you prefer.
both are the same.
Okay. You are able to lift your lid off, Zeke.
Alright.
You glance around, you can see the dark interior of the ship lit by a single lantern hanging from the grate here, as well as the sunlight filtering down. There are 2 sleeping guards hanging in hammocks, and you can hear one on the other side of this wall scraping metal against metal, possibly eating.
Alright. Do I recognize the box that Panazivir is in?
No, you were not in the room when they all got into boxes.
Alright. In which case, I will step out of my box and I will just sort of move and open this box here. As quietly as I'm able.
Sure, give me another stealth.
Alright, stealth.
Oh boy.
Huh? Sounds from the room to your west. There's a scrape of a chair being pushed back.
I sit up quietly, just emerging from the dark, and
I will sort of try and hide in the corner. If I can.
subtle
you see-
spell hold person as soon as I see him.
Yeah, he steps out and he looks around, and as he glances this way, he looks first at these 2 guys. Subtle spell hold person. Wisdom saving throw.
Literal shadows reaching out to try and grab him and lock him in place.
A 19.
Damn it!
He sees the shadows, he goes, what the? And then he sees a giant, tiger man, like, with the shadows over him, literally, like, you're using your cloak for your fur for the camouflage that it was intended for, and he's, like, pulling for a large greatsword that he has, and he goes, sound the, and will roll into turn order as everybody probably gives a shove on the top of their box.
Could you please mark the guy who was the one I talked to?
Sure. He will have a blue mark on. He will have a green mark on him.
All right, cool.
Salad, because he's gonna eat his face.
Let's go with let's go with the fucking epic music, shall we?
Yeah.
Time.
All right. You hear a snort from each of the sleeping guards. Nothing yet from those above deck. All right. Up first is our boy. He is going to pull his greatsword all the way out and start charging towards the stairs. Not seeing Zashi and Panaziver like on their way out of the boxes. Essentially, you'll finish coming out of the box on your turn. You, Lucelle, and Panaziver. 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 60 feet to get right here, and he gives a kick to one of the guys in the hammock who falls out and just says, what the fuck? Stowaways! And Cherie, you are sitting in your box. There's no lid on yours.
Look a little bit annoyed that didn't work, but let's see. Take 2 sorcery points. Forego the silent part of it all. I'm gonna drop darkness right here and cast 2 sorcery where I can still see through it.
Ooh,
Is
what's
it
that
just
called?
you or creatures of your choice?
Eyes of the Dark.
Just you. All right.
Yeah, just Cherie.
As I will then
I guess I cannot do much about those guys now.
more or less to cause them mass panic at that point. That I am going to get out of the box. I'm going to come right up to one of them as quietly as I can. And they have no idea that I'm there.
Okay.
If I'm right next to them or not, so that way if they...
How lucky for you.
Okay. Zashi, you pop the lid off. You see a giant sphere of darkness enclosing half the ship. Zeke is staring into it hungrily. You don't see Cherie. You did hear her say something in magic.
Alright, I'm just gonna make my way over to the cloud of darkness. How does this thing work?
Basically, it just obscures sight, but you can still pass through it and all. So you'd have to feel your way around a little bit.
So while in it, you're treated as blinded.
Alright, I'm just gonna plant myself out here and, I guess hold an action to Ice Knife if I see a hostile.
Okay.
Okay.
Zeke.
So is it these stairs here that are the way up?
No, there are 2 sets of stairs here that lead towards like the slightly raised area where they were sleeping, and then there was another set of stairs that leads back this way that you saw.
Okay. Alright.
You should be able to see the upper level, so you can see they come up like right here, facing this way.
Oh, right, got it. Okay.
Yeah. Because you guys all saw the upper deck, you all know what it looks like. You don't know how many people are up there, but yeah.
All right. In which case, I guess I'll just move here. And yeah, hold my action because I can't really do anything with the darkness.
Okay. If anything comes down the stairs, you're after it.
Tree. Yeah.
Okay. The guy who got kicked out used half his movement to stand up. He's going to flail a little bit in the darkness. Can't touch his token. And as he does, he's gonna, I'll roll, let's say high for favorable results for him. He stumbles and bangs his head into the wall. He's like, "Gah! Can't fucking see where," and he staggers in this direction away from the wall, and hits the other side here. Sure, you can see him. Would you want to attack of opportunity him as he moves away?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then as you stab him, he would stop. What are you doing? Dagger advantage.
Trying to shove him in the back as he's walking away.
Stabbity stab stab.
Despite him resting, he is wearing his plate mail, and you are going to miss.
All right.
Scrapes off. He steps away. The fuck is that? Is there somebody here?
Remaining quiet.
Lucelle.
Well, this fucking sucks. I can't see shit. This is boring. And so, I mean, this is cool, no, Cherie, but I can't see shit. She's gonna take her palm and just like fire off firebolts into the darkness, just willy-nilly trying to fire at where she hears the sounds of the guys walking.
You can fire at disadvantage at the one that just moved.
Yeah. She's doing disadvantage. Fireball. Hey!
25 is definitely gonna hit. Roll damage. You hear
yeah.
a scream of pain.
Nice. It was meant to be.
Roll damage. Okay.
Fire.
11 fire. Scorching and burning something in there.
Yeah, it's like he admits the dagger just like scratches his arm, and then he's like, "What the hell?" And then the fireball hits him right in the back of the head. He's like, "Ah!"
Alrighty.
And you hear the giggle of the fairy as the chaos starts ramping up.
The fucking other guy on the top deck screaming from.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear quite a bit of commotion above deck. People moving around. Darkness, it goes right through stuff. It's intangible. So there is some wandering and banging around up here. This guy heard you yell a spell, and he vaguely knows his way around, so he's gonna try and move this way. As he goes hand on the wall towards you, Cherie, he does try and move through you. I would let you, oh, you already used your action. Never mind. He bumps into you and goes, "Ah, there's one right," and swings at you with a great sword. He's actually holding it by the blade as he's trying to club you with it. It's still in its sheath. But a crit fail will miss on disadvantage.
Still quiet, just like pulling my head back a little bit.
Okay. This guy tries to make it up the stairs. He trips on the step because he can't see. And he ends up fumbling around over here in the darkness before trying to make his way over to his buddy who he can see. Where are they? Where the fuck are they? Shuri, there are two. Neither of them can see you. One of them has an idea of where you are, but that's it.
Bonus action is my hand sweeps through the shadow, and I feel a new blade coalescing. Smile ever quietly, those purple eyes locked on this man, and I'm going to try and stab him with a shadow blade.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
And yes, that was had to be a third level because I used up all my second level slots.
Did you battle that motherfucker with the psychic blade?
Yep.
I'm muted. Which one were you going for?
The one who swung at me.
This one here. Okay.
Just literal shadows vanishing as my blade is sunk deep into this man's chest, and just vibrant purple eyes and shadow coalescing straight towards his heart.
Okay. Yeah, you instantly bloody this guy with a blade of shadow, and spits up a wad of blood. It like gets on your face and drips down your new clothes. Zashi, this would proc your prepared action because you can now see people. Who are you shooting a frost knife at?
Oh shit. Alright, I guess
This one here? Okay. Do it. An 8 is going to miss, but it does still need to make a dex save.
wait, can I reroll that?
You can use your once per session. Yes, you may. 21 is definitely going to hit. Give me damage, and I'll make you a dex save. That's a fail, so it's going to take full damage. So 11 total to this guy, who is already on fire, and you blast him with ice, which puts out the fire, but now he has jagged ice stabbed into his open burn wound, and he screams even louder, nearly bloodied. Shuri, I assume that was your turn. Would you like to move?
I will remain here. Swing. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I would remain here because I don't want them to opportunity attack.
Great. You can hear running feet above deck. Penziver pops out of her box. The darkness is gone. She's going to run towards the guy that you just shot, Zashi. She cuts upwards with the sickle. Oh my goodness.
He's fucked.
Only the first one's gonna hit for 6 slashing, but that will bloody him. Gives a carve right up at the, it screeches across the breastplate and then catches his collarbone and neck with a large slash. It hooks it and you can hear that screech of metal on bone. It's like sharp.
Ugh.
And then she's going to disengage and take a step back. Oh no, a step back here. Zashi, it is now your turn again.
Okay, so I can see up through this grate here, right?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm gonna... Summon Lesser Demon at this, on the grates.
Okay,
Yes!
roll me a d6.
Yes!
Love to fucking see it.
2 demons of challenge rating 1 or lower. Okay.
That's terrifying.
Give me 1 second.
Holy shit!
And as she does this, she's gonna be like, "Nobody go upstairs."
Wait, why? Why? What's going on upstairs?
Just see demons appear
She
through the
begins speaking in what sounds like a demonic tongue, eyes rolling into her head, looking into her book.
The whites roll up.
Give me 1 moment.
But only
I have something for this.
Oh god.
Oh shit. New character name is that. Sorry. Give
No
me
problem.
Just a second.
This will make
Very
this will make a
sudden.
great clip for you, Lucelle.
Yeah.
Yeah. When you start chanting in is it demonic or is it in the devil tongue? What's the devil tongue?
Abyssal.
Yeah, abyssal. Yeah. Is it demonic or abyssal?
It's Abyssal.
Yeah,
But,
Abyssal.
Yeah. Once you start chanting the abyssal and you start casting the magic, and she realizes that you're summoning something, she's like, oh, like her face is like, ding! She's like, it lights up. She's so excited. Your chaos gremlin is just like, ah, it's happening.
Your fucking ancestors or clan or whatever better give us some good fucking donors.
When in doubt, make the DM make a bunch of character sheets real quick.
Yeah.
Nate, do you have the whatchamacallit? Do you have the extension that lets you just import stuff?
Directly from
IV tools?
No, I do not.
I should send that to you. We should do that after this. I'll get you set up with that because it's very useful.
Okay. Okay.
If
This
you
thing
want.
is a. I don't know how much time I have after tonight's session because we're going to go a little
Okay.
long with this fight, but
Yeah.
we'll see.
We'll try to keep it short. We'll crit everything.
Please. Okay. From above the deck, you hear the scream and cry of two creatures as they appear in the air slightly above the grate. And you can see what looks to be a giant mouth, ambulatory with 4 legs and 4 horrible grasping arms, 3 different eyes all looking different directions as they eye the those above deck. This knight here is going to use his prepared action to fucking try and shoot this thing, but he is at disadvantage because it's in melee range, so an 11 will miss. Do they go? When do they go? Roll initiative for the summons demons as a group. They got a 6, which means they go soon. Oh joy.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy. Here I go killing again.
Okay, as a part of casting. Oh, I'm sorry. Zashi, you needed a specific component for this spell.
Oh,
this spell.
isn't that only if I'm making the circle? Also, I have the wizard book that means I don't need components. I
You
think.
do
Yeah,
if they have a. You do if they have a specific component that is consumed that has a gold cost. So like if you need gems or something for it. You could definitely have gotten. All you need is a vial of blood from a humanoid killed in the last 24 hours. Or is it okay? It's 24, not 48. So you could definitely have had that. You can put the circle down if you would like.
I don't really. That's why I did it upstairs. That way everybody can just avoid going upstairs.
Very, very makes sense. Okay, you cast this, you summon these horrible things, they scream in unison, and you hear the twang of a crossbow bolt.
Yeah, when that screech goes on top of the deck, I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is that?
Okay.
Lucelle is just like,
And yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, the blood is consumed, the vial shatters in your hand, and we go to Zeke.
I don't believe the blood is required or consumed if you're not making the circle, but
Yeah, you can use it with the blood that's already used as a material component, is what it says.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It's
with
one of
the
those
blood used
hyper-specific
as a
ones.
material component. Yeah.
Yeah.
But because it doesn't have a gold value, you can technically use focus, but Nate has rules.
I mean,
Nate wants.
That's just because you can't buy blood.
Yeah.
It's like it's the
Here,
same
let me
thing.
go slug at this man real quick and give you 24 hours.
Because otherwise, good people would use this spell and just like,
Yeah.
oh,
Just buy-
taste your own poison, villains. Get eaten. But you guys are evil, so it's fine.
It's true.
All right.
Zeke, please. I assume you would like to rage.
Charging- Yeah, definitely. Rage. As I just sort of probably just bound up along the banister
Sure.
and come around to here.
Okay. This guy does try and chop at you as you go by.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow, a 22.
Yeah.
Okay, big great sword swings into you for. Why did it not roll anything? It's not rolling it. Fuck. On a hit. Is it not rolling damage? Okay, 7 slashing damage.
Half, 2, 3.
Half to 3.
Got it. And then I will sort of just whip out my claws, and just go ham on the guy between me and Shari. It's flanking advantage, right?
Yes.
Alrighty. Swing.
12
Probably
is
miss.
going to miss. Screeches off the armor.
Swing.
24 definitely hits.
And
Right into the same part, you punch through that section of armor. And
Swing
21's also
again.
gonna hit.
so
Okay.
whack. Whack.
Didn't you use your... Oh, it's not a bonus action for you. Right? Okay,
Mm-hmm.
6 and 12 is 18 slashing damage to this guy. Carve across his side and then his back as you're trying to get around behind him.
I feel like I'm like sticking my claws in and like peeling open his armor like a tin can.
If that's you?
Yeah.
Okay, this guy brings his greatsword to bear and chops down at you twice. That was two crits.
Oh.
Thank God it was you.
Mhm.
So I need to roll. God, 46 for each. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Swords. They're pretty great.
18 on the first, half to 9. 17 on the second, half to 8. So 17 total.
I'd sort of take the hits and then growl and like look over at my shoulder at him and like flex and push the axe out of my back.
Alrighty. Above deck. This guy sees a horrible monster. He rushes to help his sergeant. Chops twice with the greatsword. An 8 is going to miss, but a 21 is going to hit. My damage is still broken, so that is 7 slashing to this one here.
Do they have resistance since they're deep?
They do not. They resist to different kinds of damage. It is interestingly, this is the only monster that appeared when I searched Demon and CR1.
That's because they are a demon, but that's the only monster that has the name, the
Yeah.
actual name demon in their name.
I'm just saying it made my choice easy.
Yeah.
These two are going to move up a little bit closer. Let me pop their actual character sheet open. Should probably do that. Boop, boop. It opens its maw, and you see this one here vomit out a 15-foot cube of acid, and both of the knights in front of them duck and cover. 15, this one's going to succeed. Sergeant is going to fail. So that is 4 acid damage to them, and he falls prone. Giving the other one a chance to bite him with advantage. And 22 is going to hit for 15 piercing. Lucelle, horrible sounds of screaming and melting are heard from above deck. What would you like to do?
She's gonna laugh. She's actually gonna open her mouth like just like open up wide and good. She's like, and then she's gonna fly over to right beside Cherie It's like, hey, how's it going? She's gonna pull her dagger out and it's gonna flash brilliant green light, and she's gonna stab the guy that Cherie's been stabbing.
Okay.
One whose eyes are bleeding from psychic damage.
By the way, Nate, for future reference, I believe there's only one other CR1 demon, and it's the closet.
And who wants to summon a fucking closet, you know?
Yeah.
And I think that misses him.
You don't have disadvantage.
Oh, did I have more disadvantage? Sorry, so 24.
Yeah, I mean, I was still taking the 9 because it was the first
yeah,
one.
it's 9,
but-
so yeah, 9 misses.
Okay.
I think that's it, because he only has 1 attack.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, that's it for me then.
This guy, he's gonna roll wisdom save as to whether or not he wants to run into melee combat. He does have advantage against being frightened, so I'll give him that. With a 15, he wants to help his buddies. He's gonna go charging into the fray and chop with some advantage. Crit fail's gonna miss, but a 22 is definitely gonna hit. My damage is still broken. For minimum damage 5 into this thing. We've got Below Decks Knight. This Below Decks Knight tried to hit you before, Shuri, and failed. He's gonna try again. 7 and a 12 are both gonna miss.
Barely.
Alright, then it is this guy, and he's going to turn... I mean, Shuri hasn't hit him yet, so he's gonna go towards Zeke, which he'll have advantage for.
Shred it into his butt.
Yeah, a 22 and a 23. They love to roll good against you, Zeke. Okay, 15 reduced to 7 and 8 reduced to 4, so 11 total. It's 2 hit as they both chop into you, blocking with your arm.
Alright.
Shuri, you guys have these guys basically pinned against the underprow of the ship.
I'm gonna take a swing at my bloodied man with a wicked smile.
Okay. 10's not gonna do it.
That will be me then.
Okay, this boy standeth up, and he striketh out with great sword. 17 and an 18 are both going to hit for 23 damage. 2 giant cleaves into this thing, bloodying this maw demon that spit acid all over him. Penziver steps close to Mr. Knight, who she gets sneak attack on. Big sickle. 20 is going to hit plus. So 23 damage. Oh, she's 1 off of killing him with the first strike, and she rips through the front of his throat with the sickle, spins it around her hand, and comes back. She has 2 more attacks at normal. 13 is going to miss, but a 19 is just about to hit as this knight raises his greatsword and parries her attack away with his reaction. And she glares in anger before disengaging and stepping back again. Zashi. It's a little bit tangled down here. You can hear the screaming above deck. There's some acid dripping down through some of the grates. Good things are happening. You're still concentrating on that spell. What would you like to do?
Okay. Can you explain concentration to me?
Concentration means you're using. You can. It means you're using your mind to keep a hold of this spell. So if you take any damage, you risk losing concentration. You can't concentrate on more than one thing at once. Essentially, you're using most of your focus to control this spell, but you can cast anything else so long as it doesn't require concentration, or you can do any other action that you want, as long as it doesn't overlap that.
Magical item attunement, but for spells, and you can only.
Got it. Thank you. I'm gonna then Jim's magic missile the 3 enemies in the room.
1 each. Okay, we'll start with the north one. 11's gonna miss, 16 is gonna miss, and an 11 is going to miss as well.
Fuck. All right. Well, that's my turn.
Yeah, you fire at these curly cues, but the knights all duck under them, and you are shooting high to avoid your compatriots, and they go wide. Zeke.
All right. I am turning around to the guy who fucking double crit me.
Yeah.
And I sort of let out a little bit of a growl as I open my mouth and get a little bit saber-toothy.
Yeah.
Then I will re-rage to
Oh.
Mighty.
Very nice. You guys see Zeke's mouth like grow and slightly protrude out more as he gets more of a muzzle than he normally has. His teeth growing, and there's actually a creaking sound, not unlike the boat creaking against the wood as his teeth stretch and extend, pushing his jaw out.
And I will grab him by the shoulders. I will reckless attack with my bite.
Okay. 19 will hit. He already parried. For 13 damage. What does that look like?
And I will grab him by the shoulders. I will bite out his jugular and swallow what I bite out.
Okay. Number of hit points equals
And
your proficiency
throw his
bonus.
body to the side.
Okay.
So 3.
3 HP. Nice.
And then turn around to this other guy. Yeah, as he's sort of... Which way is this guy facing?
He's currently facing you.
As he's like holding up his shield, I want to try and bat it away and bite at the arm.
They all have great swords.
Oh, sorry. As he's holding up, then I'll bat away the greatsword and try and bite his arm.
Sure. You're still reckless. 20's gonna hit. For 10 more, and you're no longer below half, right? Or you are still just a little bit low. Oh no, 27 is half.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still get I think at half I still get it.
Okay.
Oh no, it says less than half.
All right. Well, you do bloody this guy regardless as you bite deep into his arm.
Technically, half is 27.5.
Yeah, but we always round D&D. Always
Yeah.
round out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You do bloody this guy, sink deep into his arm and pull it off of the greatsword. He almost loses his
Just sort
grip
of
on
do
it.
like the fucking wolf shake it side to side, and then he pulls out.
Hell yeah. Alright, if that's you.
Yeah.
Okay, this knight has a demon to attack.
Demon.
Both of those are gonna hit. A regular attack for 7. Fucking another crit for 14. So 21 total to this one, bloodying the second demon. However, it is the demon's turn, and the other one hasn't vomited yet. Disgorge, acid, deck saves for the North boys. First one's gonna save again, and the sergeants once again go. Oh no, and 12 is gonna succeed against an 11. They're both going to avoid getting knocked down. This one here is gonna go and try and bite the injured man at normal. 19 would hit, but he'll parry it and knock this thing's flailing teeth away from him. Lucelle.
Okay.
All the competent ones are upstairs, apparently.
Yeah.
Or dead. The crit guy's dead too.
She's gonna see that the kitty boy just ate somebody. Ah, you're so voracious. It's hilarious. She's going to dart past, because she's small. She's gonna try to squeeze past the guy in the stairs and take an opportunity attack from this one.
Okay.
She swings at her. And
Great
she
sword. 14.
I think that's gonna miss. No, it's gonna hit.
Okay, that's gonna be 8 slashing.
Okay, that hurts. She definitely takes a nice cut across the side there. Ow, asshole.
You're fucking.
And she's going to dump 3 of her healing lights into him. So she touches him on the back or on the shoulder, and the golden light kind of flows into him from her fingertips. So he takes 8 points of healing.
Is that me?
Yep, that's you.
Thank you kindly.
And that is it for her. And she's fluttering there, holding her dagger up defensively.
Okay.
She's also got a big book of secrets out too.
Okay, the knights upstairs managed to chop down one of the maws, stepping over to the other one. As they're working to surround and kill these things. This knight did not like being stabbed by you, Shuri. Great sword comes swinging at you. An 18 and a 9.
18 hits for sure.
All right. Big money, no whammies. 9 slashing damage. I need a con save. DC 10. Zashi simply fireballs you all. Okay, 11 will
That's
succeed.
Right. Do it. I'll live. Full confidence in before the nat 1, and I melt like a fucking marshmallow.
Okay, Zeke, you did recklessly attack. This one's gonna strike at you once with a greatsword, but seeing how effective Lucelle was at healing you, is gonna save the second one for her. So a 13 versus you, Zeke.
No, one below.
Alright, then another 14 is gonna hit you, Lucelle, for 9 slashing.
Okay, that's
Then we're to Shuri.
that hurts. But she is pissed now. Hey, fuck you! And she's going to use Hex.
Is that a
Or
reaction?
not Hex. Sorry, Hellish Rebuke.
Oh, nice, very cool.
A 3rd level. So he takes, if he fails the dex save.
As an
he's gonna-
18. So he'll take half.
Okay, he takes half. So what was that? 26. So he takes 13 points of fire
13.
damage. So basically, he hits her, and she's like, glares at him, and the fire just like erupts out of her mouth, and she's like, "Fuck you!" And it just washes over him.
Yeah, he covers his face, but you see his arms and armor begin to blister, the metal heating up all over the edges as he yells. He doesn't look like he could take another one of those.
Yeah, scathing review of just anger. Fuck you!
Shuri, you are very scary and darkness covered.
Even with that little bit of blood, she looks really fucking excited. She's just gonna keep trying to fucking stab this man.
Okay.
Nice blow for blow here.
All right,
Tens.
this one here, you do it. Another 10 is not going to do it, unfortunately.
Alright, sadly that is me then.
Okay. We'll get
Wouldn't
you
you
there.
have
Yeah,
advantage against the other one?
I would, but I'm persisting on that one.
Got it.
I wouldn't want to take away Zeke's fun.
An 8's gonna miss, but a 19 is gonna hit for Sergeant Shadwell, striking at the small demon, and with 10 damage, is going to bring it down. Your concentration is ended, Zashi, as your spell ends, and these things dissolve into nothingness.
You could put another one up there on your next turn.
I mean, hey,
When in Rome. Penziver is going to move around to the corner here. She's gonna try and rip this guy a new one. Sickle. 18 would hit, parried away. 12 will miss. 22 is gonna hit and will do an additional 13 on top of 8 for 21 as she cuts this guy's across the face with a deep gouge, and he goes down, and you can see skull between the two halves of his face.
Yes.
And she's going to disengage and pull. And oh, actually, she's gonna go here. Zashi,
okay.
is it demon time again?
Question: if I stood right here, looked directly upwards, and did burning hands, could I get both of them?
I'd allow that. That's pretty fucking badass.
Yeah.
What's the DC? I have a 16 and a 14 to save. 15. Okay. North guy's gonna succeed. He'll take 4. The south guy's gonna take the full 9. As they both yell and look down. Get the crossbows!
Fuck you! And that's my turn.
Okay. Zeke.
I'm gonna grab this guy's greatsword.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna move here. And I'm gonna do me a nice old reckless swinging at this at that boy that Sherry's got going on.
That's probably a great idea. I can't wait.
Let me just real
Import
quick.
a great sword real quick. Yeah. It's I mean it's a pretty nice one.
Yeah.
You do see it has a CA on the pommel.
Yeah. Captain's Anonymous. Let's go with that.
It's Cora Quartz, but who you know.
Yeah.
Cordially assaulted.
Yeah. Where are we? It's a great sword. Just all the fucking magical variants, which is not the one. There we go. Alrighty. I swang.
14's not gonna do it.
I swang.
Bounces off a upraised greave. God, 25 is gonna definitely hit. For 12 slashing. Very nice. Does not look like he could take another one of those.
Side and kind of lodges the tip into the wall behind him and then reach it out.
Hell yeah. Is that you?
Yep.
Okay. This knight here is going to sheath his greatsword and pull out his heavy crossbow. He aims down. He's gonna try and shoot at you, Zashi. But a 5 thunks into the wood of the metal of the grating and scrapes off, leaving a smear. It goes wide of you and thunks into one of the crates that you are actually hiding in. Lucelle. There's swearing and creaking from above deck of reloading crossbows, as well as more running feet.
Zeke, I'm gonna get away from this ladder before I get, smushed by whatever's up there. If that's all right with you.
Just like angry growling and panting. No words.
Yeah, but I'm gonna help you out still. Take this last bit of healing. I'm starting to run out now. Just heads up. And she casts Cure Wounds level 3.
Just like a growl and a nod.
So 14 points of healing to Zeke, and then she's going to fly around into the hold behind the pillar here.
Okay, you get under the grate.
Actually, she's gonna hide right there. There we go.
Okay.
And that's where she is.
Alrighty. A guard comes rushing down and sees what looks like an unassuming person in the back and will charge straight at... Or no, that was his small movement. Will fire his crossbow at Panaziver. A 16 is going to hit, and my damage is still broken. Why is my damage broken?
That's probably in the roll 20 thing, because you can have auto roll damage. So you have to probably go into the character sheet.
No, when I click on it to roll damage, it says damage equals, and then it's just blank. I don't know why. The macros are correct on the sheet. It's just broken.
Oh, okay.
For 9 piercing to her. She does not like. This guard is very much fighting for his right to life. He's going to see his buddy and try and get closer, even though it requires stepping on the neck of his fallen comrade. He's gonna give a strike towards each of you. One at Cherie, which is a crit, and one at Zeke, which is an 11. Or no, actually, He had advantage on you because you're reckless. That's a 19, actually.
Yes.
Okay, so Cherie, Jesus.
Load it up.
15 slashing damage to you. And Zeke, you're gonna take 11. Halved to 5.
Got it.
Shuri, it is you after you make your con save. Very nice.
Even with all that blood pouring out, she's coming after this man.
Yeah, you are very, very, very hurt.
Fight for it. Always. Fight for it. Make it fun.
Oh, the 17s. That's how it goes.
Unfortunately, that's going to miss. God, what is that? 3-4 rounds in a row?
Hey, you know, they all can be gold.
Sergeant, come here! There's a mage in the hold! This kid's gonna come over and fire down at you, Zashi, but a 6 is gonna miss. They're having quite a bit of trouble firing through the grate. Panziver going to get right here and come at this man with everything she's got. All 3 are going to hit for a total of 23 plus 23 plus 15 is 38 damage, instantly bloodying this man with a bevy of massive strikes with her sickle out at him and across his body, back and forth, almost tearing the side and back of his armor off.
That man has a lot of health.
Yeah, nice. Zashi, we're back to you.
Alright, I'm turning my attention once again up towards the people above me. I'm in a flaming sphere between both of them.
Ooh, very nice.
Fucking A.
What's the dex save?
15.
Okay, a creature that ends its turn. Bonus action. Okay, are you ramming it into either of them?
Hell yeah.
Which one?
Can I tell which one's looking worse?
Yes, the one with the green dot to the sergeant.
Alright, that one then.
Okay, you ram it at him. He makes a dex save. That's Pano's every sheet. Knight dex. That is an 8, so that'll be the full 8 fire damage to that man, bloodying him as he screams loudly in pain. All right, are you good where you are?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, Zeke.
Alrighty. Yeah, I am going to. Now that I'm back up to health, I'm gonna rage again and go back to pause.
Okay.
Why not? I guess.
Drop the greatsword.
Yeah. And first one, it's an advantage because flanking. I
Yep.
believe against this guy.
Yep.
So
Yep.
swang.
16's gonna miss. 24's gonna hit. Claw deep into this guy. 7 slashing nearly kills him. He is bleeding from this massive strike to his gut, which you just clawed at and ripped a big chunk open, exposing his ribs.
I'm gonna real quick leave my claw in there for a moment, look him in the eye, and growl. You want to see your family again? Surrender. Does he seem to respond at all?
You have essentially killed him. He does not look very cogent.
Alright. I'll just sort of whip my head towards the other guy. That goes for you too, buddy. And I will, my other attack will be essentially just pulling the claw out,
Sure.
which doesn't do enough.
Yeah, you hurt him, but it doesn't seem like he is in shock at this point. Even though you rip out another chunk, it doesn't seem to actually harm him. You'd need to hit something vital.
Got it. Done.
If you're good where you are, this guy is going to run away from the flaming sphere. which means that he does not get to shoot at you. He's going to ready his crossbow, aiming it at the stairs. Lucelle.
Let's see. See, speed again. 35. 30. Yeah, I can get to Cherie.
Okay.
I'm going to fly around the pillar, up the stairs, behind Cherie, and touch her in the back and say, "This is the last I got." She's gonna use the last of her healing light to pulse all that positive energy into Cherie's back for 11 points of healing. And she's gonna like pant. Her wings kind of slowly flutter. She falls against the back of her. And that's it for her.
Okay. This guy just got nearly murdered by Peniziver. He's going to step down and try and bring down his greatsword on her. 13 is going to miss, as is a 15, and she ducks and dodges and dives out of the way. This guy barely looks, like I said, cogent. He's going to blindly swing out at Zeke. Fucking, you ever heard of the expression dead man's grip?
Yeah.
This is like dead man's greatsword. A 19 and a 20.
God.
Yeah.
Alright, that is going to be 8 and 9, both reduced to 4, so 8 total.
Alright.
And again, this guy is pouring blood. His friend does not look better. He's choking back on quite a bit of pain of blood that's coming up from what looks like a punctured lung from Peniziver. They both look like they could fall over in a moment. We need some help down here!
Well, let's see if we can't finally land a hit and finish this man. We decimated one hit. Maybe? 20?
A 20 will hit. This one in between you and Zeke.
Finally.
What does that look like? Jesus.
Especially more reinvigorated and smile at Lucille. I do a nice slam towards the back and drag it up so the shadows rip up towards his mind, and you see this massive gout of blood pour out of his eyes and mouth.
Horrific. Terrifying.
That is me, as I smile down at Lucille as she's panting against the wall.
No, she's basically like clutching onto your back like a little baby chimpanzee, little baby ape on a big ape.
I will remain here.
Alrighty. Captain, hears the cries of his men in distress, and he comes a-charging down. He gets into the death zone between you and Peniziver. He knows a magic user when he sees one. He chops at you, Cherie. A 12 will miss. A 17.
Yep, that'll hit.
Alright, we're gonna get a big 10 damage slashing. He chops at you. His sword actually passes through the Shadow Blade as if he was trying to knock it from your hand, but he cuts into your arm instead. And Peniziver grins at the new target and is going to shift her focus from the one who's attacking her to this guy. 25 hits for 8 plus 10 for 18. He does not look very good, so she goes again. 21's going to hit for 5 more. He looks very, very bad. And the last one, 24's going to hit as she cuts both of the backs of his knees and then catches him in the back of the head, right where the spine meets the skull, with the tip of her sickle as he falls.
Oof.
And there, that was the end of Sergeant Shadwell. She's then going to disengage and step down the stairs and hop back onto the top of her box, 1 foot on either side of it.
Zeke wanted
Zashi.
to keep Sadwell alive.
Okay.
He's raging, so he's not thinking.
I'll bonus action ram my sphere into the other guy.
Boop, 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 bang. Give me damage. That is a 17, which I believe will save, but I think that's still half damage, right? Okay. So, 3 instead of 6 as they save. Dodging the worst of your ball of fire.
Alright, and then... I can't see him, can I? In this position?
The one above deck?
Yeah, could I position myself to be able to see him from here? Or is the angle too high?
I would say right there. You could see him.
Okay, then I'm gonna witch bolt his ass.
Okay. I'm gonna give him partial cover, but that's fine. Roll good.
19?
A 19 is just gonna miss with the partial cover. You are nearly able to hit him, but it glances just off of the grate in the same way that the crossbow bolts were glancing off when they fired down at you.
Alright, that's my turn.
I hate to be this person, but I believe Witch Bolt is a concentration spell.
Yeah, my sphere is gonna go away.
Okay. Alrighty, you are no longer concentrating on anything as your Witch Bolt misses. We'll go to Zeke, if you're good where you were. You can see that guy and he can see you. Zeke.
Alrighty. I'm gonna move here. How bad is this guy looking?
Horrific.
Alright. I'm already raging, so I already have advantage on the athletics check that I'm about to make to grapple this guy.
Okay.
Choke him out.
You're rolling to beat a 15.
Alrighty.
These guys are
I
rolling not bad.
definitely do that.
Yeah, you grab the fuck out of this guy.
And if I can, I'd like to disarm him with an additional grapple or something like that. I want to basically have
That's a
him
Battle Master specific thing, fortunately. Without, like, essentially knocking him unconscious, it's very difficult.
The Battle Master thing is part of an attack, I believe.
Yes, it's a specific,
Okay.
like...
In which
yeah.
case, I'll hold him and I'll just kind of growl in his ear. You want to live, buddy?
What were you... Sorry, what were you saying?
Does he respond?
I mean, I did describe how he has a punctured lung. So I think he spits up blood sort of in response. You can't make out what he's trying to say. He goes and like dribblings of blood come out of his mouth. He looks terrified, but you don't know exactly what's
Alright.
happening.
Can I walk up the stairs holding him in front of me as a human shield?
Yes, you can do so for half your movement to move.
I have plenty of movement.
Okay, so you two move 5, 10,
I have 45.
15, and then where do you want to go from here? This guy does fire at you and I'll give you partial cover from behind him. A 20. You have +2 for partial cover.
Even with the active human shielding?
Yes.
Alright. Yeah, that definitely hits.
Okay. Fires over this guy's shoulder. For 3 piercing, reduced to 1 for you. It barely
Alright.
glances you. You can move 5 more feet. You can move him 5 more feet in any direction.
I'll move him to here and me to here so that I have even more cover.
Sure.
And I'm still holding him, and I'll shout out, Surrender, and your friend might live.
As you shout that, you can see that this figure here, I haven't moved him yet, but he is actually standing here on deck, lowering this boat over.
Oh my god, what a fucking pussy. Sorry.
I would say, would you like to burn one of the uses of your roar to make an intimidation check at a little bit longer range to try and scare this guy?
Yeah, sure.
Give it to me. He's
Uh,
gonna make
do I
wisdom.
get maybe an advantage from the roar with the intimidation, or is it, does he just make the save?
I'll give you advantage because he already has advantage on saves against frightened. All these guys do, which is why it's hard to scare them. Okay, you're rolling to beat an 18.
No.
Alright, he is not... You see him grit his teeth and says, "Run, sir!" And he doesn't drop the crossbow, but he just plants his feet a little bit more.
You're gonna defend that coward?
He kind of... His face sours, but he doesn't respond.
Alright. Then I will, continue hiding behind this and this.
Yeah. Definitely with that, half cover, so +5. Or 3/4 cover, excuse me, for +5. He'll fire, again at you. It's his turn now, but a 5 is definitely gonna miss. It thunks into the, pillar that you're behind. Even though you're a big guy, you've got the knight on the other side. Lucelle.
Oh. It's like, be careful down here, Sherry. I got nothing left for you. She zips past and goes up to the deck.
Okay, you were... Where were you?
I was right behind Sherry, so 5, 10, and then however far would be to get up to the top.
10, that's another 10 feet, so you're at 20 right there.
Okay. Let's see here. Which cantrip do I want to use?
The Warlock cantrip, of course.
Yeah, I guess Eldritch Blast. She sees both the guys. I guess, yeah, she'll blast this guy.
Okay, I believe at 5th level you get 2 of those.
Yep. First one.
Yeah, I mean, despite the very ornate plate mail armor, a 19 beats that and slams it to the back of this guy's head, even if he's like one leg over the side.
9 points force damage.
Why don't you describe how you throw this guy off the boat?
Yes. She's like, you ain't getting away, bitch. And she just like holds her palm out, and the force bolt is this like obnoxiously pink, purpley, like this little fist that goes whoosh, and pops her right in the temple. Bah!
Nice. Is that you? Are you done moving?
Yeah, she floats down to make sure she has cover between the other archer. She's down and she like hunkers next to it and she's like, and that's it.
This guy is going to use his first attack to try and break out of the grapple. He rolls a 9. I need a contested athletics from Music.
Alrighty.
You
Have
still have advantage.
a
Yeah.
20.
Very nice. Okay, unable to break free, he's going to use his second attack to try and stab at you with the greatsword, forcing you to let go. A 19 is going to hit.
That hits, but doesn't make me let go, because that's
Yeah.
not how attacks work.
No, not at all. It's
Yeah.
how it, yeah, it's like,
Yeah.
but it's yeah.
Yeah.
8 damage reduced to 4.
Got it.
And he's struggling, but he can't, he has no movement. Shuri, there's nobody else down here left to attack you. You can see, the furry hindquarters of Zeke cowering behind a pillar? It's hard to say.
I'm creeping up the stairs enough to try and make out this man.
I'm grappling that man's.
Alright, then probably spy that man's across
You
the
would have to stand up. Yeah, you would have to get basically up on deck to be able to see him.
Yeah.
That's only 5 more feet from me because this square and the square here are essentially the same place.
Alrighty. You know what? I'll get to here. Then trying to keep him low with that, I'm going to throw the shadow blade at him.
Okay. 20's gonna hit. Can't parry a ranged attack. 16 psychic nearly bloodies this man as he watched a tiny glowing fairy eviscerate his boss and drop his body into the now floating away lifeboat. He is realizing that his chances of survival depend on your chances of being dead. His blood is pouring out of his ears and nose.
At that point, I will slink back, taking a little bit of cover behind the mast here, as he sees the shadows, almost like they slipped through the grating and are now sliding back into my hand as I bonus action recall it.
Very nice. Zashi, you see Panaziver grab her hand crossbow. She dashes up here before running around and getting the high ground here, and she's going to fire her hand crossbow across at this guy for just a 20, no advantage to hit. For 10, big 10 piercing damage, bloodying this guy. Zashi, you can still see the top of his head.
I'm gonna Misty step upwards at this point, directly above myself.
That's cool as fuck.
Bitch, I am using all my spell slots.
Heck yeah. Don't have to worry about anything getting on our ship anytime soon, right?
8 water elementals.
Oh, yeah, by the way, wait until I get up, like 2 more levels and I can summon twice and then 3 times the amount of demons.
God
Potentially
damn, it's gonna be beautiful.
24 demons.
Demon!
Or
I'm looking
18.
forward to that.
But anyways, alright. And then I can use reach, what is it? Something of the blaze. Reach to the blaze to cast Burning Hands again.
Okay. He's within 15 of you.
Wait a minute. Actually, seems like maybe a bad idea. I don't want to light the whole place on fire. So, I'm gonna look to the guy at my top right here, and I'm gonna hit him with my quarterstaff.
Okay. 13's not gonna hit. You would have advantage because of Zeke on the other side, however. A 19 would hit, but he will parry with the sheath of his great sword.
Fucker. Okay, that's my turn.
Cheeky bastard.
Zeke.
I forgot to put the quit in these guys. Alright. And I will use my claws, basically claw attack, to snap the neck of the guy I'm holding.
Sure, you have advantage. 21 snaps. You snap his neck. His limp corpse drops to the ground.
And then I will bound over to this guy.
Okay, Lucille yells, "Pitch him in the ocean! Pitch him in the ocean! Woo!"
Already on it! And I will just run up and I will basically shoulder charge him and shove him off if I can.
Hell yeah. Strength
I
check.
believe it's athletics to
Yes.
touch?
You are rolling against a 16.
Not.
Oh, okay.
I have
Oh, you reroll.
believe another.
I believe you only have the other if you use it to do the claw. So you could strike at him with the claw.
Then I will claw at it.
Okay. 15 is not going to hit. His armor
Sorry, I
holds
didn't
true for the
mean
moment.
to-
That's fine.
I didn't
14.
mean to advantage that.
That's fine.
Yep.
It will miss either way.
No. Move around here.
Okay. I'm going to... Okay. With a natural 20 on a wisdom save, he sees the boat with his boss's corpse start to drift away, and he shakes his head, and he says, I don't even know the meaning of the word quit. And he comes at you with the great sword, Zeke. 15?
Just, yeah.
Okay, and then a 22 is definitely gonna hit. So 9 and 9, so 4 each, 8 total slashing to you as he makes what you can see in his eyes he believes to be his last stand. Lucelle.
All you had to do was just lay down your fucking arms, you stupid idiot. Jeez. And she's gonna cast. There's not the firebolt, but do I want to do Eldritch Blast? Firebolt. 21 to hit
21 definitely hits.
for 12 points of fire damage.
Nearly killing this man as you set his armor and back aflame.
Yeah. She's just having a. She flew up really high, so she's watching the boat. She said, "I'll get a rope to the boat so we can tie it up again, and we can maybe loot that guy. 'Cause he's probably got some money in his pocket." And she giggles, and she just floated up high. And that's it for her.
Shuri, time to redeem yourself.
Never. Watch this. Double net ones.
We're looking for a 20 or above.
See? I told
Unfortunately, that will not do it.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Move.
Oh, God.
Do you step out of the way as she says, move?
Yes. I know she's zealous.
Okay, is that you?
Yep.
Alright. Panziver is going to fire out with the hand crossbow. 4, 8 plus
The kill steal.
28 damage.
There it is.
Will absolutely fire straight through the back of this man's helmet, and he falls forward into Zeke's arms, and you just throw him off the side in a casual toss.
Yeah.
And with that, you guys have completed your capture of this ship. Please
Run
give
and
yourselves a round of applause.
run and grab the boat.
Look at me. Look at me. We are the captain now.
Oh my god.
So, I mean, Lucille helps. Like, if you run and jump off to the boat, it's like it's probably drifting pretty far behind. She flies over with the rope. She's like, I got you, boss. I got you. She flies over and gets to the rope, and you're able to pull yourself back to the ship quickly.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of an ordeal to get the boat back, but you will eventually get the
Right.
all of that stuff back.
Mhm.
You'll have a lifeboat, the one that is on deck. All right. With that, we're going to end today's session. I'm gonna grab XP for you guys. You guys are all going to get 840 experience for that fight.
Ooh, yeah.
Good game.
What were we at? Did we
9,000.
9,000.
So we're at
Now.
9840.
9840. Correct.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, dang, leveling from 5 to 6 is slow.
It's the first big jump.
Yeah, there's a few in there that are just pretty fucking brutal.
Let's see you prove yourselves as pirates, shall we?
Pirates.
Oh, we're gonna pillage
Um,
people on the high seas now? Oh, this is so exciting.
I do have a name for this boat, but I will invite you all, since it didn't come up in game and you never found out. If you guys would like to name this boat, you
Find
have
the
a week
lives
to
of the
do so in
enemies.
chat to come to a consensus.
Hmm.
The only name that is not allowed is the butt chug.
The yellow belly. Because the goddamn captain tried to run without his men.
I mean,
Uh,
I got a few ideas. At the moment, the one that comes to mind is the red stripe, but we can come up with something else.
Red stripe does fit pretty
I
well.
like the red stripe.
I have already submitted my suggestion. Memes.
Yeah, that is where we're going to end session. I'm sorry we went a little late. We are more than a half hour over our time, but
I am
think
not
it was
sorry.
for
That
a
was a
good
hoot.
reason. Yeah, hope you enjoyed getting onto the ship and making a mouse out of the molehill session I had. Thank God.
A mouse out of the molehill?
Yeah,
Out of the mouse.
I prepped every single location on the map to have a battle map because I wasn't sure what would happen or where you guys might get spotted and reported to like a guard. So every single map was populated and had all this shit, and I was like, "Oh God, please! I don't want to have to deal with." Thank
An
God,
entire town slaughtered.
you navigated it. I was really worried that you weren't going to navigate it, but for all intents and purposes, you guys got out clean. No one knows you were on that ship. That ship isn't supposed to be back for a couple days. It's going to a destination that isn't specified. Like, this is the best possible way out that you guys could do, and you did it all on your own. I didn't push you in any direction.
I will say, I think it would be good to have the name of the ship, and then we can change it because we're out at sea. We can figure that out.
Sure. If you guys are interested, it's called the Uther. This map also has another name for the ship, which is a noble baroque adventure craft. So didn't really like that one.
That's a very odd name.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan.
Super specific.
Name idea Maw Demon. See, that's thinking outside the box. See, I like that one. I'm a big fan of Maw Demon. Anyway, I have to run because it's late, and I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule because I have not been doing that.
What? Definitely haven't been up late with me playing Elden Ring at all.
I literally was thinking about playing Elden Ring with you after, but I should
I'm not gonna fuck with you sleep. You need.
Also, Nate, eventually get around to messaging me and we'll sort out that import thing because it makes prep so much easier.
Hell yeah.
And like impromptu shit so much easier as well.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, send it to me. I'll mess around with it before my game tomorrow. Because I'll be up while you're completely dead asleep is the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's just there's the instructions on the 5e tools thing. I'll just send you the website link. And you just scroll down to the use Roll20 thing and just follow the instructions.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, thank y'all for coming. Appreciate you all. I once again was feeling God, I'm anxious about this session, but you all made it better.
How did you feel anxious? You did great.
I don't know. There's something about this specific game where I go, I'm just worried about today.
Listen, we're all psychopaths, but we're tactical psychopaths.
Yeah, we're the 7 psychopaths. You ever seen that movie?
Can't say I have.
Oh my gosh! Oh.
How do you spell its old name?
We need to have a watch party for 7 psychopaths now because that movie's fantastic. I have a gun.
I just put it in chat.
No. What?
And just like Arthas, we killed everyone.
It's got Colin Firth and Christopher Walken and a bunch of other crazy guys that's acting nuts and murdering each other. It's great.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night. Good job.
Night, y'all.
Night, night. Good job being creepy. Good job being cannibal crazy.
Oh, don't worry. I have a request.
Zeke wanted to be a little bit more merciful, but it just didn't end up working out that way.
I mean, he tried to be merciful. Sure, he probably would have stabbed him. Anyway.
Dude, so how's my crazy gremlin fairy going for y'all?
I'm fucking loving her, but I think she might be a little creeped out next session on my request. Since you want to do something to me.
Zeke is
That's
just...
okay.
Zeke doesn't get her. It's like... See, she doesn't seem to respond in any way to, like, extreme violence. Because Zeke's used to people being either responding
Oh no!
in
Don't hurt me. She's like, wait, what? That's so cool.
either
Oh my
fear or excitement, and she just doesn't respond, and he just doesn't get that. It just makes no sense to him. Also, magic is weird.
She's fascinated by it. She's loving every second of it. It's great.
Yeah.
It's childlike wonder and joy every
everyone in
second
the
step of the
stream,
way.
I'll say
She's
good
just
night.
having the blast of. If
Good
you guys
evening,
are just
good morning, good
observing
afternoon,
her,
and good night.
she's having like the time of her
God.
life every moment. You guys.
All right. Well, one more time. I will bid everyone in chat good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. I hope you have a wonderful day and evening. Those going to bed, I hope you have a wonderful night and rest and sweet dreams. Till next time, we do have another D&D game tomorrow. I believe we'll check the time. Schedule on that one will be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully everyone will be there. If not, we'll see what goes on. But till next time, have a good night. Always wonderful having you here along, Ben. I'm so fucking glad your surgery went well. You're feeling good and recovering quickly. Hope you get to veg a little bit longer before having to go to work. And overall, hope everyone else who's still viewing has a wonderful day and a wonderful night. Till next time, lovelies.